Oh, hello everyone. Happy Sunday. For the moment, while I waffle, let's see if this works, shall we? It may not. It may do. Who knows? Who knows these days? Aha! It does. Not finished, but rather than going straight into into the spoilers, I thought, I'd just throw this up. I am tiny. I am. I'm sat down. I'm sat down behind the counter. What do you expect? I mean, apart from a massive hand, but still. I just thought I'd throw this on just for the minute while I greet everyone, because I sneeze. It's not just the hand. Oh dear. So happy Sunday, everyone. How are we all? I hope we're all doing good. Thank you for tuning in for as you're not wrong, session 1 of Pariahs. Big, yeah. Yeah, definitely. All right. Well, now that we've sort of taken the edge off the nervousness of a new campaign, let's bring us over to this one. Say hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello, everyone.
Hello. Hi.
There we go. Maybe Tiger, maybe.
I love that
So-
transition.
Oh, thank you. That's put in a bit
You've
of
got
bit of
our
work.
health on the screen.
Mm-hmm. Lots of upgrades. So welcome to the Pariahs campaign, set in the universe of Grim Hollow, by a company by the name of Ghostfire Games, or Ghostfire Gaming. Thank you very much. It's something that we've all been putting a lot of work into for the last month and a half.
December
Yeah,
is when we started, right?
it was, yeah. So certainly a while. No names, not just yet. But we've got a lovely eclectic group of characters for this. So what we'll do when I've got things in order, that's not a bad shout actually. Cheers, everyone.
Yeah.
We will bring us all over to this scene here and allow me to begin session 1. Let us take a step into the lands of Etheris, a world of hulking and impenetrable mountains, dark foreboding forests, and degenerating cities that are rotten to their very cores. A place where each and every culture cling on dearly to the constantly fraying threads of survival. In spite of fate's eternal struggle to purge the world of life, civilization can be found up and down the continent. For example, in the freezing wastes far to the north is where the Valican clans dwell. Here, savage warriors battle almost daily, be it for the meager resources available in the harsh environment, or as a clash of faiths. With each of the great clans holding different beliefs, regardless of the reason, lifespan in the north is usually cold, bloody, and short. And what I will do is bring up
I say world map, that'd be really.
the world map, the map of Etheris. So there we are. So this is the Valican clans to the north. From there, nestled in the northwestern region of Etheris, the Burak Empire presides over its domain like an old lion ravaged by illness. Once a beacon for grand civilizations everywhere, it is now a shattered nation nest of corrupt nobility seeking to revive old glories, lurking monsters that prey on the unwary, and desperate common folk trying to survive both. Though it is still viewed by most of its neighbours as the political, military, and economic superpower of Etheris, those within the Barak Empire live each day with a sense that the end is near. Whether that end comes by war, cults of strange gods, or rebellion, economic collapse, the Empire is currently seeing its last days. To the east of Barak, beyond the grey spine peaks, lies a land shrouded in mist and shadow. Here, residing in an everlasting magical darkness, is the Ostoyan Empire. The hearts of the Ostoyan people are as cold and forbidding as the land they dwell in, and it is here that the mages of the Raven Court Sanctuary spin their obscure plans. The vampire lords of the Crimson Court devise their nefarious plots, ushering the people of the domain to do their bidding like chess pieces on a board. And finally, the hidden denizens of the city below, a vast labyrinthine necropolis that sleeps beneath the Empire. There, unspeakable horrors await, biding their time until the awakening comes, and they are free to feast on those above. That are the two main empires. From there, to the south, there's the Sharno Kingdom and the Castanellan provinces. But both have their own shares of troubles and woes. Alas, for our story, we shall not concern ourselves with their business. We begin our tale here, in the eastern lands of the Ostoyan Empire, a region that goes by the calling of Soma. The lands of Soma are treacherous and hostile to life, to put it lightly. Outside of the palisaded walls of settlements typically lies a vast array of horrors looking forward to nothing more than the tasty, warm innards of an unwary traveller. These towns and settlements dot the land as islands of light surrounded by the unforgiving terrain of shadowy forests, rough mountainscapes, and sinking bogs. Outsiders are often met with the cold, suspicious gazes of locals who have very rarely left the isolation of their own immediate surroundings. Travel is a perilous endeavour, especially at night, as armoured columns of merchant caravans transport goods, nervously guarded by mercenaries who refuse to deviate from known roadways. Those caught in the dark are forced to lodge at the remote roadside inns for extortionate prices, else potentially fall prey to the local watch, who are more likely to leave them in the dark if they do not have the coin to pay for their services. And dark it is indeed in these lands, as over 50 years ago a magical darkness was unleashed upon the Soman populace, as entrances to the city below were breached and the Soman aristocracy were transformed into apex predators of the night. These vampires massacred the Ostoyan administration, positioning themselves squarely and solely at the top, where they now reign over all as the Crimson Court. Far to the south of Soma, along the easternmost shores, lies the capital city, the sprawling Gothic metropolis known as Nova Stoya. It is here where the Crimson Court calls home, and it is here where our group of outcasts, misfits, pariahs begin their story. Oh, God, blimey. IGTV.
Well done, mate.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that raid. Welcome in. Welcome in. And again, all of the follows and resubs and subs will... I'll cash on in a little while. So that is, at the moment, we are currently positioned in the capital city of Soma, or the Ostoyan Empire, the city of Nova Stoya. Anything you want to have a quick chat or any questions before we proceed?
No.
All right.
Let's go.
Not
Not at all.
All right. So, in that case. Let me whip my whistle.
Take another shot.
Cheers. So, within the bellies of Novostoya, just outside of the main walls, is a small region known as the Lower Streets. And it is here where you will find yourselves. And of course, nothing ever goes as easy as one would like. Aha, the glory. You all think as you look around the dingy warehouse that you've all been tasked to protect. Beggars can't be choosers, and in the name of paying lodgings and 3 relatively warm meals a day, you've been working for a dwarf by the name of Asmund Mason, or Az for short, as he prefers. Initially, tasks with menial jobs such as being couriers for both legitimate and illegitimate goods, occasional guard duty for, to fill out the numbers. And, over time, you were trusted to do more secretive and individual tasks. And with regards to Aslo, he seemed like an honest enough chap, or at least honest enough for someone hiring sellswords and muscle in the lower streets, which, of course, brings us to the here and now. Coin, or rather, the lack of it. The odd jobs thrown your way have been barely enough to eke out a meagre existence, and after caving into the group's constant questioning, moping, rowdy nights at the old Baron's Folly Tavern, Az finally offered you all a job that paid a little more. Apparently, there's been a rash of break-ins and arsons around several gang stockpiles and warehouses, so a few extra guards were needed. You, of course, took the job. We currently find ourselves on the 3rd night in this ramshackle warehouse, down on the Lower Street docks, with naught but a few rats for extra company and a cold, simple stew to fill your bellies. Just outside of the main warehouse door sits 2 of Az's regular men, keeping watch, but you wait inside as a nasty surprise for any illicit, late-night visitors, should the guards not be up to snuff. With the exception of Az popping his head in briefly once every few hours, there is very little to stave off the boredom. 10 gold coins for 3 full days, almost 72 hours sitting in this darkened, musty, damp interior. Tonight is your last night. And through boredom, hunger, and fatigue, so far, this job has hardly been worth it. Where do we find yourselves at the moment?
Cypher's in the corner. He has constructed a box fort. And
So
all you can see is his eyes peering over the top.
Cypher, tell us a little bit about yourself. What do you look like?
On any other day, he looks fairly normal. Not a bad looking chap. It's not his face though. Over the months, he's known his compatriots. It's kind of a composite face that they've put together that everybody's happy with and is easy to change into. Cypher is a changeling.
All right. Around the table are 3 more figures. Who wants to stand up next?
I will.
Go for it. What do they see?
I see a pale, half-elven woman. Dark circles under her eyes like she's perpetually hungover. She's got a bow tossed across her back and a quiver. and she's casually keeping an eye on everybody, but just kind of sitting there, fletching a few arrows to bide her time. Teresa was born a half-elf, and her compatriots call her Reza. But through the misfortunes of fate, she has found herself under the Sanguine Curse.
Find out a bit more about that later on. Again, having spent 3 days straight in this warehouse, you're all, would imagine by this point, starting to go stir crazy. And the man to your left, who's he?
It's Garrett. Garrett is a tall, relatively thin half-elf. More of a acrobat's figure than anything else. Not visibly armed. His youthful appearance. But with old eyes. They've been described as over the years. He's just leant back in his chair, feet up on the table, looking completely miserable with this whole endeavor. And he's got the right ass.
And across from Garrett, who is
it's Vanya, and you know, she hasn't let these past 3 days get her down, because she's sitting in a stool, big smile, playing with just colorful butterflies, and just eyes as big and as wide with enthusiasm. And when you look at her, she's just, for somebody who hasn't bathed or probably slept all that well in 3 days, she's well put together, clean, and just has a really good smell about her.
Love it. All right. So, for now, that's all we'll let slip. Vanya, Garrett. As you begin to make whatever preparations or eat miscellaneous tasks to keep you busy, you begin to hear with your enhanced senses a slight noise to the eastern side of the warehouse. Now, bear in mind that this, it's for the last 3 days it's been quiet, apart from the occasional drunkard who's been stumbling outside the warehouse that the guards have seen off. It's almost like a scratching sound with a few mumbled voices coming through one of the open windows.
Vanya's gonna look up. Do you guys hear that?
Do what?
Like the scratching sound. Maybe it's like a bunny rabbit or something.
Reza ignores her.
Garrett, is there a bunny rabbit in here?
No, sorry. There won't be a rabbit in here. Rats, maybe.
Fairy sticks. Okay.
Turn you up a bit, Lucius.
Okay.
Never thought I'd have to say that. All right. I'll give you guys a little bit of free reign for a bit.
Does anybody want to go check it out? You know what? I bet it is a bunny rabbit.
Garrett said it wasn't, so it probably isn't. And Cypher stroppily starts wandering over. Climbs out his box for bumps into Teresa on the way past.
Watch it,
Puffing and puffing.
Cypher.
It's fine. It's fine.
Marissa sighs and stands up, kind of brushing off her, her clothes are like attempted to be well kept, but they are clearly like Goodwill army surplus quality to begin with. So
Sure. Like
brushes
hand-me-downs.
herself off. Hand-me-downs, exactly. And she says to Vanya, I'll go look for it, and if there is a rabbit, well, that will certainly taste better stewed than what we've been eating, won't it?
Well, yeah, and make sure to get a foot so that we get some luck.
I make my own luck.
Not all of us do. We might need a rabbit's foot.
She's gonna follow Cypher, watching him.
As you round the corner and begin to glance around, apart from the candles and the occasional lantern that's illuminating the warehouse, you don't really see anything. And the voices that were travelling down the alley seem to trail off. And you get the occasional word, and it appears more to be drunken slurs, as if someone bumped into someone in the street, shouted obscenities at them, and then continued walking off. The scratching from the walls continues, followed by a...
Can we hear where it's come from?
Roll me a perception check.
Both of us, or
Whoever's, yeah, if you're both trying to figure out.
Solid
Cypher.
4. Too busy looking for a bunny rabbit that's not there.
Yeah.
perception, you say?
Perception, I do.
Ha! W!
So, as you round the corner and begin looking around, you hear the voices trail off down the street from outside, and the scratching continues, and you remain there motionless, straining to hear, and eventually it seems as if this scratching sound's coming from behind the barrels directly in front of you. And just as you begin to lean forward, a singular rat leaps out, hits the floor, skids in what appears to be a puddle of old ale, and then continues scampering into the larger barrels behind you.
Goes right. It's just a furry stick.
Darn.
It's at that moment, as you're looking at this rat, you hear a heavy thud behind you, as the form of a man drops down from the window to the ground, immediately reaches for a hatchet, looks at both Teresa and Cypher, and mutters, "Oh shit, there's people inside!" I need you all to
You're
roll
not supposed
me.
to be in here.
I need you all to roll me initiative, please.
I forget how.
It's all gone wrong.
Oh, there it is.
You got it?
Yep.
Okay. So, as this man drops to the ground, you also now begin to see various other shadows now at the windows higher up, giving you the inkling that there may be a few more, and shortly after, more do indeed begin to follow. And Teresa, right next to you, Another thug jumps from the window down to the ground. All right. Vanya, you're currently at the table, messing with your butterflies. All you hear is the slight raised voices for this round. You're surprised.
Did you say I'm surprised?
You are surprised. You are surprised, so you don't get to act straight off the bat.
Okay.
The thug who first dropped down with a hatchet quickly glanced around. I mean, fucking hell! Keep it quiet! No noise! And with that, he slowly begins to move towards Cypher. With his hatchet at the ready and a hand outstretched. He's like, alright. Let's not do anything hasty. Let's, keep your mouth shut. And no one needs to get hurt. So he's actually going to hold to wait and see if you guys do anything. A few of the other thugs who've also breached the back window slowly climb, well, not so much slowly, drop down from the shelves, also just glancing, waiting to see what the rest of the party does. Teresa, over to you.
She is going to turn around at the one who showed up to her side, and I'm in melee, so I'm assuming I am at disadvantage if I try to shoot him.
If it's up to you, it's your call. At the minute, a lot of the thugs are surprised at seeing you in there and somewhat hesitant to engage in combat. Swords hurt, as do bows and arrows.
She's just going to say, I'm so sorry, but I am not going to go quietly. And pull out her hand axe and just kind of try and take a swipe at him.
Okay. He's just literally dropped down from the window above, so I'll let you have it with advantage as he's currently trying to steady himself.
Nice.
Swing round and neck. Okay. Ooh. You managed to bury the hatchet into him. So just as you try and bury the hatchet into his neck, he manages just at the last minute to bring his shield up, causing the axe to skitter up the shield and just cut lightly into his shoulder. Immediately, the man cries out, "Fucking hell! Oh, I think... Fuck it! Get him!" Hearing the shout from their companion and the quick clatter of weapon against shield, the rest of the thugs that have broken into the warehouse immediately look at each other, look around the room, and their demeanor changes from quizzical to now murderous. Any further actions, Teresa?
Nope.
All right. At the back of the room, you all hear the cocking of a crossbow. And seeing his companion struck at by Teresa, a bolt's going to fly towards you. That would hit. That one hits. That's a very close hit to, yeah. So as this bolt goes flying, it hits you squarely in the shoulder blade, caused you to recoil forward. Cypher, over to you.
Well, Cypher's kind of like freaking out because they're not supposed to be in here. So he's just going, no, you're not supposed to be in here. And you just hear the barrels start rattling
Okay.
and moving, and the lights start flickering. Shadows grow longer as he casts aggressive shade on the pile of barrels to move one barrel. Just push it enough so the pile falls and lands on top of him.
So you're pushing one of the barrels at the bottom?
Yeah. So the whole pile comes.
Okay.
tumbling down.
Let's. In fact, I was set to public roll there. Let me change that. Okay. As what appears to be one of the barrels is immediately ejected out from the bottom of this pile, and it hits the thug squarely in the side. And as he's like, "Oi, what the fuck was? Oh shit!" The barrels now begin to fall and scatter. Teresa, Cypher, the guy with the shield, I need you all to make me a dexterity saving throw. Cypher, you're fine. Teresa's definitely fine. These guys... No. Alright. I'll give you all 10 foot of movement. As the barrels now begin to fall down, it hits the chap next to the wall. And then they begin to crash and roil around him. How many barrels? Let's see. What, 6? Immediately, the weight of these heavy ale barrels crash into the man, crushing him against the floor, against the wall, and knocking him unconscious, taking him out of the fight. The other guy's hit with one of the other barrels. You hear him cry out as the barrel hits his shin, and he drops to a knee. There we go. Any further action, Cypher?
I'm just going to use the rest of my movement to get over here. I'm running with my arms up in the air.
Teresa, next to you, the thug tries to set his leg, but all he will do at the moment is just ready himself. He tries to hoist himself up with his shield, so that if you get closer, he'll lash out with his sword. Otherwise, he just sits there groaning in agony for a moment, holding his leg. Garrett, over to you. In fact, no, sorry, first turn. It's first turn. You don't get to act. My bad. I apologise. I did you dirty there.
I will remember.
Yeah. So the other thug at the top here will jump down with his companion to the ground, and then the last thug at the back, seeing all this going on, begins to string an arrow into his bow and move up to support his... All he sees is this pile of barrels crush one of his friends. Like, hang on, Emery, I'll be there. I'll help you out, mate. Vanya, over to you.
All right, Vanya is going to rush over to where the noise is at.
Okay.
And while she's doing it, she's like, "We've got guests! We've got guests!" And she's gonna dash to get within eye shot of them.
Okay.
And she's gonna use her prestidigitation.
Yep.
And she's gonna shoot up confetti and say, "Welcome to the building! I'm so excited that you guys are here. I have had nothing but have talked to these individuals for the last 3 days. How are you guys?"
Roll me a performance check. Holy shit. So apart from the man who's in the corner with a gash on his chest, sorry, on his shoulder, a broken leg, screaming, another guy who's knocked out. The others who are nearby look towards Vanya. And those near the chef, like, what are the? Have we made a mistake? Is this... What?
Oh.
What?
Are you guys not supposed to be here?
I mean,
I don't think you are.
You're not supposed to be here.
No, I'm pretty certain I'm supposed to be here.
20, goddammit.
You know what? That doesn't look too bad right there. I think you can get up and walk out.
No, it's not. And the guy, the thug just turns to his companion, and for a moment, again, it's going to be longer than a few seconds, they just seem to look at each other, unsure of what to do. I'll skip their turn. Any further action, Vanya?
Nope, that's all that she has. She wanted to give them a good welcome.
All right. That guy is out of the fight. That guy is currently looking around like, what? I don't get it. I don't. Why is he? Put this. Teresa, over to you.
So she sees dude over here is on the ground.
Yeah.
And
Oh, you
indefensive.
bitch. Yep.
So she's gonna fire her bow at this little fucker down here.
Which one? The one with the bow? Okay.
Mm-hmm.
He's in the process of trying to notch an arrow in and slowly bringing the bow up. 13's a hit. They're not exactly well-trained soldiers. They're just thugs.
5 damage.
5. Okay.
And then...
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Do I want to do anything right now? No, I don't. I'm gonna end my turn.
Alright. The guy at the back with the crossbow. Is unsure what the hell's going off at the minute. Seeing this cloud of confetti and someone welcoming them, and then on the other side of the room, just seeing through the haze and dust of the warehouse, the sound of bows fired and screaming. He's gonna make his way down from the barrels. As he gets to the bottom, he's gonna slam a new bolt into his crossbow, all the while holding the dagger at his, he withdraws his dagger and just holds it, just in case if anyone gets close. He's like, "What the, guys? What are we doing this or not? What is going on?" Cypher, over to you.
Oh, is it me? Oh shit.
Yeah.
Well, Vanya run past him, so Cypher's like, "Oh, I gotta turn around." So he's gonna turn around, come to here.
Yeah.
They're like, "Haha!" And then he sees the two guys on his left. He's like, "Shit!" So he puts his hand in his pocket, pulls out some fake dust. He's like, "Haha! Take my magic!" And he goes, and you see his throat swell.
Okay.
He casts poison spray.
Alright, first guy. Second guy. Roll damage. I believe they still take it regardless. Oh, it's 10 feet. Oh, so it's just the first guy. Alright, yeah. 13 still fails, so what happens to him?
He just starts coughing and choking and hyperventilating, and then he just passes out face first with a thud.
with him dropping to the ground. Poison spray, bear with me. As he continues to cough and splutter, not only does he initially pass out, but he convulses. And the last breath escapes his body from the poison.
I didn't do that.
Alright. Okay, the thug who's currently on the ground will start inching closer to try and head for the door. And with that, he's also going to raise his shield as he tries to escape to block any further arrows. And also at this point, you begin to hear him raise his voice. We've been made, boss! We've been... Oh, fucking... Get in here! Garrett, over to you.
Garrett turns and faces the three guys. Just to the north of him. Hello, neighbours, as he puts his hands up, showing his unarmed.
You see the crossbowman quickly just point his crossbow towards Garrett and then just lower it briefly as he sees him with his hands up.
I believe you've been given some bad information. This isn't the place you want to be. Are you sure it isn't next door?
Roll me a persuasion check. Nice. The man was trying to converse with his friend before he choked to death and died, foam now beginning to gargle from his mouth. He's like, I don't know. The crossbowman, on the other hand, eyes towards Garrett. Well, I'm not entirely certain. Wasn't expecting this here, let me tell you that.
I'm sure there's easier pickings somewhere else for men of your talent.
Look, we don't. We just do what the boss says, mate. We just do what the boss says, and the boss says this is the place, so this has got to be the place. And he begins to bring the crossbow back up to a firing position towards you, Garrett.
Seeing him bring his crossbow up towards me, hang on, let me find the right button.
Mm-hmm.
Garrett takes a second just to center himself and look at the guy with his crossbow raising and pick out a spot.
What happens?
Hang on, I'm just...
Yeah, you saw it.
I was just rereading something to make sure I had it right before I did it.
Okay.
And as I've got my hands up, looking unthreatening, with an almost imperceptible twitch of my fingers, two daggers appear. Not metal daggers, but just made of energy.
Oh, fucking hell. Yeah. Send it. All right. Nope, that's that one there. Yeah. Carry on. Explain what happens.
And as quick as the energy daggers have appeared, one has buried itself in the guy's head. No blood's there. But he still drops to the floor as if he's been stabbed. And on closer inspection, there's no dagger in him. There's no dagger in Garrett's hands. He's
The
just
guy
stood there
who's
smiling.
Oh, sorry.
Garrett's just stood there smiling, a welcoming face, as always.
The guy now who has got this associate next to him frothing at the mouth, and this other one who just sees him just slump to the floor. Ah! Fuck. Any further actions, Garrett?
No, not right now.
Okay. Thug. He's going to attempt to get out of dodge. Athletics check. So you see this man immediately turn on his heel and start to climb up the shelving, knocking various boxes, small pans, pots, tankards, various things that are stored in this warehouse off into the ground as he's trying to scramble up. Not enough for him to get to the window, though. And the thug who was shot by Teresa will return in kind and send her an arrow. That hits for 4 damage. So as this arrow goes flying towards you, Teresa, you've already got a bolt sort of in your shoulder blade. This second arrow just cuts through your right bicep.
I'm detached now.
And with that, he's also going to move up, in spite of taking a bit of damage, move up behind his friend, crouch down behind him and start trying to drag him back towards the door behind them.
The friend who's alive, or the
friend who's alive, yes. The one who's
okay.
sort of broken. Yeah, that guy's dead. Right, unconscious at least.
No, he's unconscious. He's
Yeah.
still breathing. That counts.
Yeah. Oh, I was meant to reduce his opacity, not his size. Let's try that again.
He shrunk.
There we go. So yeah.
Honey, I shrunk the mobs.
So yeah, at the moment the thug has got his shield held up with the archer now. He's not restrung his bow, but he's just trying to drag his friend back towards the door behind them. Vanya, over to you.
Vanya's gonna climb on top of the crates so that she can get a better look. But she's just got a little bit of a concerned look on her face because she's frustrated because they didn't appreciate her warm welcome. and they're shooting at her at Reza, so she's just gonna say, did you guys not appreciate the confetti? I guess not.
Fuck off, witch!
Oh, why'd you have to say that? Okay, I've got something that might change your mind.
All right.
And she's going to cast at the guy with the arrow because he's the one that is retaliating.
So, as he's trying to drag his friend back, he's like, fuck off, witch! Fails.
So Vanya's gonna raise her hand and just kind of do some little kind of nice soft fingers at him with a smile. And shred him with some butterflies.
So, these arcane butterflies begin to just pop into existence before turning towards the man and just honing in on him. As they begin to crack into him, they're almost like razor blades just flying through and begin to cut into his clothing, into his flesh. His hat's knocked off by one of them. And he too now drops to the ground, letting go of his friend as he screams, "Fucking boss! Ah! You got fucking..." And that thug is dead. Teresa, over to you.
Alright, she's gonna attempt to fire at the one holding the shield.
Okay.
She just looks at him and says, "I'm not having fun anymore." Oh, I hit it twice. Whoops.
It's alright. I get rid of one for you. There you go. You got it with advantage because they're knocked down.
Oh,
So she
okay.
needs it.
Well, I'll roll it one more time in case I get
Yeah.
it.
Yeah. Take the 19.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So even with his shield raised, roll damage.
Well, shit.
Well, shit. What happens to him? He brings the shield up at the last minute to try and block the incoming arrow, but
It skids just over the top of the shield and splits his forehead just in half because he didn't
is he-
have it up high enough.
dead. In that case, then, outright.
Oh, yeah. I'm killing him.
So with that, the man drops to the ground. The
And
archer...
for my,
Sorry, go on. No, go for it.
for my bonus action... Oh, is the archer still alive?
It barely. Oh, yeah.
He's having a
Oh,
bad day.
He's having a very bad day.
it's time for a snack. She's gonna rush up to the archer then
Oh, no.
with her movement.
Already, the archer's clutching at these various cuts across his face and his arms from where these arcane butterflies just sheared through him. And as at the last minute, as he sees you coming towards him, he tries to pull out his dagger, but not fast enough.
Is this advantage because he's prone?
Yep. First crit of the campaign. Roll
Okay.
damage.
Okay. Do I hit the damage button or the versatile button?
Damage. Versals for the
Damage.
necrotic damage.
Okay. Crit.
All right.
That's 10.
Yep. Let's just... in fact, no, it's a crit. I'm not even going to bother rolling his Constitution saving throw. I'm going to say that he automatically fails it. So,
So then the versatile damage
yep.
is also a crit.
yep. And that is how much HP you regain. Explain what happens.
So she, with this, like, unnatural speed, she rushes over to the archer, picks him up by the front of his shirt, just picks him up, almost has him off the ground, and then just says, "Please don't shoot me again," and just sinks her teeth in to his neck. And when she's done, she just holds her arm out and drops him onto the ground.
The body crumples, hits the ground, and almost like a heavy sack of potatoes, lifeless.
And I'm back to full HP. That's the end of my turn.
Oh my god. What are we, round 3? Okay, Thug, with the crossbow towards the back of the room, is unconscious. Cypher, over to you.
So this guy's just still in the process of climbing the shelving, right?
All he's literally trying to do at the minute is just, climb the shelf, knocking boxes. He can't seem to get it. He can't get his grip. Every time he grabs hold of something, it falls off the shelf, and he's just panicking by this point.
So Cypher jumps on the boxes, looks to Garrett for approval with one hand on the shelf.
Garrett just looks at him quizzically, not understanding what he's asking at this time.
His head's nudging towards the shelf.
And Garrett just shrugs his shoulders.
And Cypher pulls the shelf down that the guy's fucking trying to climb.
No. As the shelf begins to topple, this guy's like, he drops into the sacks of grain beneath him as this shelf just boom, lands on top of him. Roll me a d6. Ooh,
6.
6. All right.
Cooler than 6.
It is. It's not enough to kill him, but he's immediately winded, and you can hear, a loud crack as his collarbones hit by the shelf. And at this point, he just begins to howl. All right. I give. No more.
Okay,
No more.
just stay there.
And with that, he just sobs, and the room now goes quiet. Over to you guys. With a moment of respite.
So Reza's gonna slowly come walking out from behind the corner, just like wiping her mouth on her sleeve to see what's going on.
You got red on you.
I noticed.
Vanya's acting like she didn't see what went down, but is like happy for Reza that her belly's full.
Is that you guys? Yeah. So
I'm just gonna walk to the door and see if the guards are still out.
all right.
Guys, there's still a guy unconscious on the floor right here. Do we invite him to the table and get to know him, change his attitude?
Which one?
So go on.
The one in the floor over here, the one that doesn't have all the cuts and the blood and that hasn't been viciously attacked yet.
Is he still breathing? And as he says it, he's poking the guy that's still frothing at the mouth.
Vanya's gonna move over to him.
Reza is just like shrugging, like she doesn't care. She's already moved past what happened.
Is he? She's gonna see if he's still breathing.
Okay. Roll me a quick medicine check. Yeah, those two are out of the game. Yeah. He seems to still be breathing.
He's still breathing. I could drag him back over here. And she starts dragging him.
Okay.
Reza will shout out, "Hey Garrett, do you think our employer will want to speak to these two
Garrett just eases the door open, takes a peek outside, eases the door closed again, starts swearing. And starts legging it down the room.
At that moment, the door is kicked inwards. And what steps forth into the room is a man with a large trench coat with what appears to be a leather satchel on his back with a tube that leaps round onto a large cast iron rod. At the end of this rod is a lit flame. And you notice behind, outside, at least 4 other men or thugs are also now beginning to make their way in. And the voice rings out.
No, not little pigs. I'm here for a roasting.
And with that, we will head 2 weeks in the past to the Baron's Folly. And then we'll also call a quick pee break there.
Nice.
So, we will be right back. So yes, as the doors are kicked open, the man emerges, but we'll have to find out what happens there later on in the story. Right, be right back.
So that's all a bit different, isn't it?
Just a little bit. I have returned.
Me too.
I never left.
Alright, let's have a refill on this rum. In fact, stop swigging it straight out the bottle. Let's be more civilised, shall we?
Yes, we can drink it out of a shoe.
Ever drink Bailey's out of a shoe?
Big.
Welcome back.
Come on, Greg.
Okay. And we're just waiting for Teresa.
I'm back.
And welcome back. Alright. 2 weeks prior, you all find yourselves returning to the Baron's Folly, the tavern and almost headquarters that you guys have been working out of for the last several months, doing the odd job for a dwarf by the name of Asmund Mason. Immediately as you get to the door, you are met by several of Asmund's men. One of the hooded figures steps forward, looks over the group, arches a brow. Well, well, well. Welcome back. Not seen you in a few days. The man by the name of Falco Ada stands blocking your way. And this is the right-hand man of Asmund. And you're pretty familiar with him by this point. Boss had you out doing a few jobs recently?
Yeah.
Yeah? Anything of interest?
No. It was all boring. I stole this though, and he holds up a shiny. It's a, like a wax seal stamp.
Right, okay.
Like a really official looking one.
Bloody hell! Where'd you get that from, Si?
He closes his hand, holds it. It's no. Is it no? I've got to get it with the boss. Boss.
Oh.
The boss.
All right. That's it's fancy. All right. Well, look, go on then. In you go. And Falco waves Cypher into the Baron's Folly, and then looks towards Garrett. Well. Kept him on a bit of a leash, eh?
He's very enthusiastic.
Aye, you are not wrong there. Not wrong there. I don't envy you, mate. I don't envy you. How's tricks on your end? All good?
Apart from being stuck in this dreary town, everything's fine.
You can say that again. All right, again. Crack on. In you go, mate. In you go.
Good day to you.
All right, and you too. Ah, well. If it ain't you two. Falco looks towards Vanya and Teresa. Right, first off, looks at Teresa. You. No fighting. We've only just had a few of the stalls replaced after that last incident. You know the rules. Bows, weapons in the barrel by the door.
She walks up to him, slowly, like right in his face, and says, "Terribly sorry about that, Falco. Let me make it up to you."
Oh.
Grabs him by the back of the neck and just gives him a big old smooch on the lips. And he can taste her last meal.
Wow. Okay.
Not food.
Vanya
fucking...
puts her,
So go on.
Vanya puts her hands together and just kind of twiddles her fingers and says, "Love is in the air."
Then she kind of just lets go of him and just walks in.
Right, fuck. Right, you. Vanya. He just sort of turns to watch.
She took your breath away, didn't she?
What?
She took your
right.
breath away. Yeah.
Right.
Isn't love great?
Do me a favour, right?
Yeah.
Two things. One. Keep the fucking sparkly shit on the lowdown. We had the fucking guard asking around after that last incident. In fact, 3 things. Second, boss
Was
wants
it
to see you.
positive?
What do you think? Guard turning up? No, it was fucking terrible. No, it was bad.
No, he
It was bad.
probably, it was like, nothing he's seen before, and he was
Yeah.
probably mystified.
It's probably not
Did
the
he
words
want
I'd
to
use.
see more?
You know what? You do you, love. Third thing. Have you seen Jed anywhere?
No.
Right. Nor have we. For the last few days, we have seen no hide nor hair of him, and right? Julian's getting mighty tetchy. Something about Jed owes him 8 silver for his bar tab. So if you see him before we do, can you just let him know that Julian's after his arse, and yeah, just to watch out.
Wait, what does Jed look like again?
The the big guy.
The
You
big
know,
one?
Who's normally piss drunk, who can drink the entire bar dry. Built like a mountain.
You know, he just think about that. I mean, that's like an accomplishment, right?
Sure.
I mean, I would be proud of that.
All right. So
Wait,
yeah.
so how
Go
much
on.
silver? How much?
About 8. He was last I heard, 8 silver.
Does he
for his
have to have
bartender.
all of it, or are we just okay
j-
with them like just
and
giving
with
a little
that,
bit?
Falco throws his hands up in the air. Look, I'm passing a message on. Message has been passed. My work is done. If you want more deets, head in the bar, speak to Julian. He'll tell you.
Oh, I see what's going on. Okay, yeah, Reza went in that way.
Yeah, through the door. Yeah.
Yeah. She'll probably be over there if you want more.
It's just go. Just go.
Vanya walks in.
No fleshy bullshit tonight. I don't want to have to deal with the watch because next time they said they'd be kicking door down.
Okay, I will do less colors this time.
Yeah, all right. And Falco just turns round to the rest of the guards, pinches the bridge of his nose, reaches into his cloak, pulls out a flask, and takes a big gulp. And you just hear one of the guards go, "You all right there, Falco? It's don't mind. Just make sure you know. You know what? Just don't ask, lads. Just don't ask." And with that, the door behind you shuts.
And Vanya's walking in, and like her head is kind of bebopping, like she's got music in it.
As you step into the Baron's Folly, you're met with the usual assortment of lowlifes and members of Asmund's group. Floorboards on the right-hand side of the room are all dishevelled, rickety, and for a moment, like in most taverns across Nova Stoya, all of the patrons turn and look as the door opens and you all reveal yourselves. You just stand there gormlessly?
Yeah, I do actually.
Reza ignores everybody, grabs Cypher by the shoulder, and drags him to their usual table. I'm guessing we have a usual table.
Absolutely.
And it's in a dark corner.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
go. No, you go.
I was gonna say, while she's doing that, Vanya is gonna follow them, but she's gonna say, "It's a lovely day, isn't it?"
You just hear various grumbles from the back of the room, and then a voice pops out from the bar. Vanya, is that you?
Yes. And she's trying to look to see if she can see who's saying her name.
Behind the bar is a rather tall, lithe man with hair that's quite wiry, mousy brown in colour. And as he begins to look around, his eyes don't seem to focus on anything as such, and you quickly realise that the man shouting for you is Julian Cass, the proprietor and barkeep. Vanya, get your ass over here for a minute. I need to have a word with you.
Okay. And she's gonna strut over there.
No, before she goes, Cypher's tugging at her skirt. He said, "Moo juice, can I have a moo juice, please? Please, 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 please."
How big? What size?
They come in different sizes. And he turns around, looks at Garden as if he's been wounded.
Oh, that's my bad. Open journal, not for everyone.
So the big,
Stop clicking that for a minute. I need to fix it. There you go. You can click it now. Sorry, go on. Carry on. My bad.
So I'll get you the big size because you did really, really good today.
Cypher smiles, nods. Yeah, I did. Tunnels off after Teresa.
So you guys begin to settle down in the corner, and Vanya, you approach the bar where Julian's stood, and for a moment, he just seems to glance and not focus on you before you get close, and then immediately his head snaps. Two glass eyes look out in your direction. Ah, there you are. Ah.
It's me.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hey, before, you know, like, I know we're going to get deep into conversation, but I promise that little one
that's
over
thinking
there.
a lot.
Yeah. Well, are we not?
No, hell no. Well, go on, carry on.
Oh, okay. I just thought you enjoyed talking with me. I enjoyed the occasional conversation.
Aye, yeah. I also like to get work. Anyway, go on. What do you want? What do you want?
Can I get like one of your massive tankers of that moo juice or whatever, you know, that
Milk.
that Cypher. Yeah.
Fucking moo juice.
Yeah. Isn't it a cute
Really, Vanya?
name?
Yeah, sure, all right. I don't know how fresh it is. I know Leella was making a bit of butter. I don't know. I'll do what I can. Yeah. What about for the rest of you?
Those two look like they might like hard liquor. So whatever you got with that, and I would like something that has a little bit of hard liquor in it. Do we have anything that might be a little bit fizzy? I like the way that it tickles my nose.
Oh, I just ho. Julian motions around the bar, and you know this place smells of stale ale. Your feet stick to the cobbles whenever you walk across it. The decor, or should I say lack of, goes to show that this place is pretty much what would be described as a spit and sawdust establishment. So Julian, fizzy, bubbly.
Yeah. Look, you know, the kind that tickles your nose.
Do I look like some sort of, high town establishment? No. Maybe I could, actually, I've got just the thing for you. Just leave it with me, love. Leave it with me. I'll get you something a little special.
Oh, I appreciate it.
So,
sorry.
No,
You wanted to talk to me about something?
Aye. And he looks around, or I said looks, he sort of remains quiet for a moment, tilts his head to the side to listen, and then shifts his attention towards the sort of the back end of the pub. There's a group of about 5 guys here that are looking for you, and not locals. I don't know them. I've not heard their voices before, but not exactly the friendly types. You know anything about it? And he nods with his head to a table off to the left. Couple of ideas.
She's gonna look. And what does she see when she looks?
You see at the table 5 gentlemen that you may have had somewhat of an altercation with in the last few days, or at the very least, wait. I'll let you take lead in this one. What did you do to potentially piss off these rather rough-looking gentlemen?
So So what she wound up doing was Vanya likes things to be clean and to be upbeat and for there to be no negative attitude or energy around her. So she spent a lot of time trying to kind of clean them up when they weren't looking, and with her magic, and then
Okay.
also would occasionally like pop around the corner and surprise them with little animals or things that would kind of like spray them in the face to try to incite some excitement from them.
Okay.
And apparently they don't like being frightened. They don't like being spritzed by floral perfume.
Well, what we'll do is we'll bring us into this scene to currently give you an idea. So at the moment, Vanya, you stood at the bar discussing matters with Julian. Chaps in question are to your right, and the rest of the group is in their usual corner at the far end of the tavern. So yeah, I just wanted to, just give you a heads up that they were in here earlier asking for you, and they've been here for some hours now, getting more and more inebriated. Now, I was happy to take their coin at first, but they started getting a bit rowdy.
They must have had a change of heart.
Sure. Well, look, and with that, he turns round to regard Layla, his daughter. Layla, do us a favour, just what was it? Some spirits. I don't know. I think we've got a little bit of moonshine left in the back. If you want to just pop that out, 2 cups of that. Full tankard of whatever milk we've got left, if it's not already curdled. In fact, even if it's curdled, fuck it, he'll drink it anyway. And do me a favour, grab.
Fizzy.
Yeah, something. Leia, darling, do us a quick favour. Just grab. And he quickly casts his eyes over the shelf at the back before settling on a somewhat luminous orange potion. Just grab me that orange thing there. Aye, that'll do. Throw that in. Layla looks go on.
While you guys are doing, let me go over to my new friends and see if they want to join us over there, and I might get them something fizzy.
All right. Just before you do, can I just ask how much silver you've got with you?
Oh, I have to pay you?
Yeah. And just at that moment, a loud voice booms out from your left, from a dwarf sat at a table.
And not just that, there's also lodgings and food that you're behind. In fact, not just you, Vanya, but the whole lot of your fucking crew.
Oh, does that not come with what we do? You know what? I need to go over to my crew and talk to them for
Aye.
just a second.
Aye.
What is but before I do that, the good thing is we're all here, right?
Yeah.
We're all over here.
Right. You know what? Go and have a chat with the rest of them, sort your shit out, and then come back, because we need to talk.
So, how much? What's the total?
Fuck. Julian, just, you know what,
Asmund rubs his forehead and looks over his shoulder towards Julian.
You know, just on this, I'll get this one, just saves the headache. Yeah, aye, I'll get it. Go on, just...
Wait, so we
Bugger
owe
off.
nothing now?
No, you still owe for your bloody board, but no, the drinks are on me, fucking hell.
Oh, thank you. That's I appreciate that. We've been working hard. Yeah.
You know what? You have been working hard, so I can't. All right, look.
Go ahead and get you a drink too.
Why? Thank you. Wait. Look, leave me to me finances for a minute. Just give me 5-10 minutes, and then come over and we'll have a chat.
Just me, or you want like the whole crew?
All of you, if you'd be so kind. Hi.
Okay, well, I'll wait. I'll wait on my guys over there. I need to go talk with the crew first.
Asmund raises a thumb up from his table and then returns to the various paperwork at his desk. And for a moment, you do see a slight smile on the corners of the dwarf's lips. Yeah, I'll bring the drinks over in a minute. I'll get Layla to do it because she's trying to find at least potentially some drinkable milk that's not sour. Julian nods to Vanya.
You could put some sugar in it, maybe. Maybe that might.
Yeah, of course, and I could also crush diamonds up and sprinkle that on top because we've. You know what? Never mind. Sure.
Well,
sure.
Where I grew up, we had sugar.
Yay! Yeah. Spice, everything nice. Of course. Aye. Salt. The salt do. Got a lot of salt. So I've got bags of the stuff.
He'll probably like it salty. I mean, I think just work your magic.
Don't you worry. I'll and with that, Julian winks at Vanya and nods. Don't you worry. I'll sort you out. It's fine. I'll bring either me or Layla will bring your drinks over later.
Vanya's gonna take like the smile from both of them or from all of them as though she has made their day today, and is gonna go back over to the table of where the crew is.
For the moment, the group of men don't seem to take notice. They're in a bit of a heated debate amongst themselves, and loud voices can be heard, and various glasses and bottles are chinked together as they continue to get more and more drunk.
All right. She walks up to the table trying to get their attention.
What?
They're working on your milk. They're gonna see what they have, and they're gonna give you the biggest glass that they possibly have.
He smiles. He looks proper chuffed.
Do you like salt?
What?
Do you like salt?
Is that stuff that you put on slugs that turns them inside out?
It gives flavor to things too. Magical flavor.
Never tried it.
Could be good.
Okay.
Oh, I also got everybody else drinks too. I did not ask for salt in you guys' drinks. Just said like regular, hard liquor. Cause you guys look like you like it hard. She's gonna give him 2 thumbs up.
Teresa just kind of stares at her with half-closed eyelids, like, I see that your mouth is moving, but I'm just ignoring the words.
Okay. Well, at least that it wasn't snappy like it usually is. So you're warming up. You're warming up to me.
And she just turns her head and looks at Vanya directly now. I wouldn't call it that, dear.
Well, you haven't bitten me yet, so that's a win.
We sort of need you right now.
And it's always a good thing to be needed. So, Osmond is gonna need. Did I say that right? Osmond? Yeah, that sounds right. Yeah. He wants to talk to us, but before we go over there, did you know that we're supposed to be paying for like our room and board and everything that we eat and drink?
Yes. Did you not know that, Vanya?
No, I just assumed, like, it was, part of stuff that we were doing, like it was already taken out.
No. No.
Garrett said we get paid like shit. Isn't that right?
I mean, we have been doing shitty jobs, so I do expect shitty pay.
Then how do we pay for all this other stuff? I mean, he got our drinks right now. That was very, very gracious. For sure.
So as this is going on, you're discussing as... Obviously, you've been working under him for, potentially several months now, and you mentioned it's all been shit jobs. So, let's go with that. Name one of the jobs that some of you have been on. Who wants to go first?
I'll go first.
Okay.
So this recent job was to, as I showed the guard, was to steal an official seal from a very shady place. So it had already been nicked beforehand. So it was it's been double nicked now.
Okay.
For Asmund, so yeah.
All right.
And before that, it was literally message jobs. Here, take this here, drop this off, crap like that.
Yeah. Sort of career.
Mm.
To an extent, maybe, all he trusted you with at the time, but again, over the span of several months doing these odd shit jobs, should I say? I would say you're all in good standing with him. Garrett, what have you been up to? What sort of jobs have you done for Asmund?
He's had me following people, reporting on who they talk to. Basically, grunt work, standing out in the rain.
Which it does a lot here.
Yes. City of perpetual night and almost perpetual rain. Any sort of key encounters come to mind?
It's shady dealers, traders that buy stolen property. The one's not aligned to him, but
Sure.
people trying to break into his markets.
Okay. Teresa,
Yeah.
what sort of jobs have you been doing for Asmund over these last few months?
A couple different kinds. She's worked with Garrett on a couple, but she's been a special kind of messenger
Okay.
for when the message needs to be delivered personally and requires violence of some kind.
Guard dog.
Mm-hmm.
Or the attack dog of Asmund.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Only actually killed people a couple of times because it's like not that high level of a crime ring. Like there'd be assassinations, but like those kinds of messages, and also, she has her own personal activities that she sprinkles in when she does those errands for him.
Sure. Any notable people or encounters that spring to mind?
Well,
Yes, here's the spot, and I've put you on it.
Reza looks around the table and says, I don't know about all of you, but the only job I've had that has really been shit is the one where I had to chase a mark into the sewers.
That was the one where you came back smelling like poo.
That's right. But fortunately, the smell will also hide the smell of decay because he was not very cooperative.
What's decay?
It's what happens when things die.
Okay.
That's
The
kind of
body, the body starts to fall in on itself. Your skin goes grey and then
Your skin's always grey.
black and then
Oh.
rots, and there are maggots, and the flesh is slowly eaten away by
At
bugs.
that
You
exact
admit-
moment in time, Lyella appears and slams down a large tankard of curdled, foamy milk in front of Cypher. That almost smells of decay itself. It may have been there that for a while.
He chugged half of it. Without no smell, no nothing. Oh, milk! Half of it goes down.
I had to get that in.
You might
The-
want to check that for maggots first.
I don't know how you dare. There's no maggots in the milk. I mean, granted, it's a little bit old, but all right. Moonshine, there you go, and a bit for you. And with that, Lyella puts down 2 cups in front of Teresa and Garrett.
Reza tosses her a couple coins as a tip.
Oh, thank you, Riza. I appreciate it.
Hmm.
She smiles broadly to Teresa and finally just puts down this single, slightly glowing yellow potion in front of Vanya. And good luck! With that, she turns on her heel and heads back towards the bar.
Vanya's gonna take it and sniff it.
Vanya, what did she bring us? What is that? What did you do?
I requested something fizzy, like so that it tickles my nose.
You mean furry? Furry things tickle your nose.
Yeah, but you can't drink furry things.
Oh.
You
Right?
can if you try hard enough.
I don't have things like you to drink from furry. And she's putting like her fingers in her teeth.
Vanya just no. Who am I? I'm sure Reza. Reza glares at Vanya and makes like a shushing motion. We don't talk about that.
I'm sorry. You're right. I might just have to one day partake in drinking something furry, I guess. And she goes back to sniffing the drink.
It would certainly smell sweet. almost to the point of being potentially pungent. It makes a loud popping noise as you uncork the top of this potion, and again, bubbles do rise to the top before dispersing into the air.
And like while she's sniffing it, it kind of like tickles her nose, and she goes,
It's certainly one way of putting it. It wouldn't be the... Yeah, I dare say it's like fruit that's been fermented for far too long.
It's bad sangria.
It's bad sangria, let's put it that way. That works perfectly. It's... yeah.
She said-
now... Sorry, go on.
"Oh, go ahead. No, go.
No, go for it.
She's gonna realize that it's not quite right, and that it might make her sick. So I'm gonna set this here for just a second so that we can finish talking. Like, she doesn't want to seem rude for not drinking it.
So yeah, one thing about the Baron's Folly is a lot of the drinks and ales are made in the basement of the tavern, which a lot of the taverns and inns and pubs do, due to the fact that there aren't any major brewers or distilleries. So a lot of these more fruity concoctions are usually, or were brewed potentially, many, many years ago and left on a shelf to ferment, purely on the fact that no one wanted to buy them. The vast majority of the populace are, ale drinkers or various meads, occasionally some more spirits, whiskies, gins, etc. Spirits made with grains, mostly from the farms outside of the city. And then, again, various types of moonshine. So the fruitier drinks don't tend to sell well in at least the lower streets of Novostoya. But cycling back to the topic on hand, Vanya, what jobs have you been doing for Asmund recently, or anything of note?
So Vanya likes to take the majority of kind of like the investigator assignments. Like, she special requests those from Osmond because she thinks that that's something that she's really good at, and really tries to focus on those jobs. And do you want a particular job?
Absolutely, yeah. Anything, any sort of encounters or particular assignments come to mind?
All right. Well, so just kind of like Osmond is regularly annoyed with Vanya, and he has to. She's not what you would call like a seasoned person at this, and he has to do a lot of.
Don't say.
I mean, I thought you guys would think that she was like a veteran. I mean, she does so good. And so he has to do like quite a bit of coaching with her, and because she doesn't always meet the brief. So in her most recent job, and she's telling the group this, that he had tasked her to follow an individual to collect information on the whereabouts of like a missing artifact, and that they had believed that a certain person was in this possession of it, and once Vanya was to come back with that information, then the team was going to go to extract it. So Osmond gave her very, very detailed instructions on what the individual looked like, where he had been frequenting, and Vanya was like, "Yeah, I got this. No problem. Wasn't going to require any violence or anything like that because she's so good at this." And but she failed to realize the person didn't have that identifiable scar that Osmond had told her about that was on his left cheek. So she followed the wrong person for 5 days and detailed his every move of this wrong person. And she had done everything perfectly, like stayed hidden, disguised herself as a beggar, and then soon found out whenever she had returned to Osmond that she was following the wrong person, and he had to do a little bit of coaching that day. So and she lets the group know, it's like it could have been worse. At least we now know that the guy that I was following was not a threat and actually was a good person and wasn't even stealing things at all. So you know what I did? I went back and because this guy, I mean, you see the characters that we're around now, and this guy was the first guy that I've ever seen that was like an upstanding citizen. So I gave him like a little star pin for being like, the best citizen I've ever seen in these parts. Of course, he was like very confused because he didn't know who it was. But I feel like we now have that guy like in our back pocket as like he's gonna tell us things, or at least we know we can mark him off the list and we don't have to follow him.
Reza just chugs her drink.
Right, guys?
He doesn't say anything.
Sort of staring blankly in her direction.
Well, that's a good talk, guys. I know Asmund needs to talk to us.
Okay. What now?
Is it-
He said eventually, like, probably. Yes, Reza.
Does it seem like it was urgent?
I mean, when we had time, I guess. So I would say probably now. I mean, you guys really aren't carrying on a conversation with me, so we might as well just go over there.
Reza gets up and starts walking over.
So do I. I then trip over the huge drop that is in between.
So yes, in the tavern where the hold on a second, where the the top tables are, there is about a 1 foot drop. No stairs have been installed, and many a times over the in the nights where you've spent in the Baron's Folly, a multitude of people have, while drunk, have fell down or fell up this 1 foot stair, or this 1 foot wooden rise, usually to the sounds of "Way!" and Garrett at once called out an expression of "Sack the juggler," and since then, most of the time, whenever someone falls over and spills their drink, this expression has now been used a multitude of times across the tavern. Of someone falls over, "Wait, sack the juggler!" But as you say, you fall down, Cypher.
Yeah, I was in a hurry and I got all excited because I got this shiny thing to give to Asmund. I'm like, ah! Face first.
You slam into
Garrett
the carpet.
reaches. I'm sorry.
No, go for it. Go for it.
Garrett reaches down, grabs Cypher by the back of the collar, and just lifts him back onto his feet. Up you get, little one.
Look sheepishly around to see if anybody saw it.
The group of ruffians at the table are all, with drink in hand, just looking at you, and you just hear a "Way! All right, hang on a minute, oi, you!" And one of the scrawny ones points towards Vanya. "Oh, you, yeah, you, love."
Yeah. Oh, it's you guys.
"Oh, it's us guys, yeah,
guys-
yeah.
Yeah, do you have a
Yeah.
change of heart and wanted
Yeah.
to come hang out?
Yeah, no." Immediately, the man staggers up towards Vanya. All right, now you, and with cup in hand, he begins to sort of prod her hard on her sternum on her chest, like, you.
Kind of hurts.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What did you do, eh? What did you do to poor Tommy? I've not seen him for days because of you.
Tommy who?
Immediately, the man turns around. See, I told you. She beguiled him. And then forgot about him. Now he's down in the slums, having spent all of his coin on her.
You're getting that word wrong. I did not beguile. I bejeweled him.
But what? Regardless. Regardless.
Like, he's got like a sparkly jacket on now.
You. Yeah. You're a wrongin', love. You're a fucking wrongin'. Ain't she, lads? Ain't she? And immediately the other sort of ruffians look over towards Vanya. A few of them smirk and then look at Cypher, Garrett, who are close by, begin to sort of flex their necks, crack their knuckles. One of the larger men speaks up. Well, look, since it seems that we're all friends here, perhaps, you know, love, that you and your associates could buy us all a drink, eh? How's that sound?
Well, I mean, if it's gonna make
For
you guys
all
happy.
the trouble that you fucking caused us.
Well, I would rather buy drinks for my friends. Are you guys my friends?
Well,
We're all friends, right?
he is small guy to. Well, I don't know, but it's steps up towards Cypher. I mean, Cor, you look fucking ill, mate. You alright? Is it her? Has she been fucking feeding? She's a weird one, I swear.
Cypher's getting annoyed. No, leave her alone.
I mean, so go on, Teresa?
She'd been ahead, but she walked back to the table when the conversation started, and she's just kind of standing there crossing her arms and says, "Do we have a problem, gentlemen?"
The large man at the back looks around, glances over at Teresa, grins. Well, I don't know about that. Your friend here's gonna buy us all drinks for the evening. As what? Payback. Yeah, payback for ruining our mate Tommy. Jimmy. Thomas. Teddy, yeah.
Eddie.
Vanya's gonna look at Reza. Reza, I don't even think they are missing a friend. They can't even get his name right. But I told them I only buy drinks for my friends and not as payment.
Did he actually tell a lie there? Did he?
Roll me an insight check. You, sir,
No
don't
idea.
have a fucking clue.
I am going to. I'm trying
First
to
crit
find
fail.
it.
Okay.
I'm gonna cast. Where is my detect thoughts?
Spells at will.
Oh, there you are.
Alright. Which guy's on this? The big guy who's been... Yeah?
Yeah, the mouthy one.
As you begin to... are you casting this, sort of covertly? Or are you making a bit of a show and dance about it?
She's just gonna just peer into his eyes and like just kind of sway her head back and forth at him.
So first
with a
you
big
just
smile.
first you begin to hear the thoughts of I wish this fucker would just shut up and buy us a drink. Fucking Tommy, I can't. God knows. Also, what is she fucking doing with her head? What is she? I swear this one's a bit brain dead. Gosh, she's a weird. She's a bit cute, but gosh, she's a weird one. And then he speaks out. You're starting to create. What can I do for you, eh? You're staring at me all weird. Are you gonna buy me a drink or buy us? Are you gonna buy us a drink, or are you gonna kiss me or what?
Well, I mean, I don't just straight up kiss strangers. You gonna buy me a drink first?
No.
You gonna buy my crew a drink?
Cypher's had enough at this point, and he's just pushing her out the way. Come on, we gotta go.
Well, Cypher, I don't think Tom.
No, we gotta go.
Okay.
As you move forward, Cypher, the man in the flat cap reaches out and puts a hand on your shoulder. No. Who said you can go, mate? No. We ain't done talking yet, and I ain't seeing no drinks on our fucking table.
As the man goes to touch Cypher, he finds a hand at his throat with a silent knife in his hand. Not breaking the skin, just holding him.
Yeah.
Take your hands off my friend.
You know,
I mean, what's that gone?
Garrett, I feel like these gentlemen here are trying to cause trouble.
Cypher
The man-
takes a big inhale and goes, Falco, they're trying to fight!
Yes, perfect.
So,
I'll do it.
Not to worry. Immediately, all of the men's faces pale, and on the far side of the room, after what seems to be 3-4 seconds, the door is kicked open, and in steps in Falco and two of the door guards. As he steps up, the guards with their spears just point it out. Falco sort of slides up next to Teresa, just nudges her gently. And with short sword and long sword drawn, he begins to point it around the room. All right. What the fuck is going on here? Gary, have you still got your knife visible?
Oh, yeah. The guy's pinned up against the wall.
Have you got your knife out?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Falco looks towards Garrett, coughs loudly, nods to the weapon.
Which disappears as he nods.
And with that, Falco... Now, if people don't want to lose their fingers, what the fuck's going on? Now, and immediately one of the large guys begins, well, it's like this. You, mate, button it, zip it, belt up. Now, He looks towards Vanya, Cypher, Garrett, and Teresa. Funnily enough. Oh, regulars. How nice. You chuckle fucks. Can't say I've seen you here before. I'd hate to be, you know, the bearer of bad news if you're causing shit in our establishment. Sigh. And Falco
grabbed
looks
me.
over to us.
Master stood there pointing at him. The guy that Garrett's got a hold of. He
Yeah.
grabbed me. He was going to hurt me. And he
that
starts just a fake tear rolls down his cheek. Yeah, he's going to hurt me.
Wow. All right. Garrett, anything to add? I mean, I thought I saw a blade, but it must have been my imagination. So, obviously, innocent party in all of this. What did you witness?
You know I don't carry weapons, Falco.
Of course not, mate. Of course not. So, yeah, if you don't mind, what do you see? Is it true?
The guy went to grab my little friend here, and I wouldn't let someone as small as him be hurt by a drunk man. So I stepped to him and restrained him.
No. I also believe they were verbally harassing Vanya, which is really not called for at all.
Falco looks over his shoulder towards Reza with an arched brow. Not called for? Okay. Well, let's, it seems, mates, that the evidence be damning. So, you can either walk out of here, after paying your tab, of course, because I'd hate for you to leave without paying, and we think no more of it. Or, alternatively, you can cause a scene, and I guarantee that each and every one of you will be missing some fingers by the end of the night. With that, Falco looks over to Garrett, gives him a subtle nod to be ready, and does the same over his shoulder towards Teresa. So, Vanya, is it true? Are these rather upstanding fuckwits been giving you a little bit of hassle?
I mean, yeah, I gave them every opportunity to be our friends, and they're talking about repayment and some Tommy dude, and they're not coming around to being nice.
The large guy at the back starts to make his way over towards Falco, and Falco just, well, I see, that's unfortunate. Well, look, how about then? There's an easy way of sorting this. And with that, he turns around, quickly spins his short sword into a sort of underhand grip, and just lashes out and stabs his blade straight into the throat of the large man. And the man's eyes just immediately go wide. Falco pulls the blade out, quickly shakes it, sheathes it back. And the four gathered men just watch as their companion just drops to the ground. See, ladies and gentlemen, there is a reason weapons are not allowed in this establishment. Because otherwise, you'd end up like this poor fucker here. Now, Vanya, sorry for the trouble that's been incurred. Reza, Sai, sorry. Get yourself a drink on me. Garrett, when all's said and done later on, could do with a chat. Anyway, you four, fuck off. Immediately. Oops, certainly not on fire.
It's on fire!
Oh my god!
The other four immediately just begin to scatter. The one closest who was held up to the wall by Garrett just keeps his eyes on Garrett the entire way out. His all colour drains from his face. The others, again, do the same.
Reza will make a very quiet hissing noise at them as they walk by, baring her fangs. But it'll be
Roll me-
so quick, they're not even sure it even happened.
Alright, I'm going to say roll me an intimidation check, but at this stage, they're petrified already.
And Vanya is gonna do a little bit of a tiny little color spray onto to the sword to clean it off for him.
Cheers, lad. It's just fucking... Falco leans over to Vanya. Look, it's... At this point, the vast majority of the tavern are now looking at what just happened. And seeing this array of magical lights. Falco, oh, God, keep it on the down low. You know it spooks the pun... All right.
What
Never
are you
mind.
talking? It's clean now.
It's clean,
It's
but
sparkling.
It's... Yeah, it is. And he holds his sword up. And it sort of emits this shine, a slight glow across its surroundings. Yeah, geez, fucking hell. And he quickly just puts his short sword back under his cloak. You know, I asked you not to do magic-y, sparkly things, remember, at the door? Look, alright, never mind. Just...
But it was, I did a little, like, I made sure it wasn't, like, big. It was like, psst, psst, like a little one. You said
Everyone-
nothing big.
You know what? I honestly don't know what I'm gonna do with you lot. Anyway, fuck. Guys, do you mind, and Falco just motions with his thumb to the now still corpse on the floor, with the blood just beginning to slowly pumping out of the man's throat. Do you mind just, getting out back? And the two guards just sling their spears over their shoulder and nod to Falco. And take the body out back. I'll get this cleared up. Do you just want to... I don't know, have you spoke to Asmund yet?
No, not yet. Well, just about to. But then this happened. Also, floor's got red on it.
Yeah. Was that a bit excessive? No, it wasn't. Now.
Better, you be the first one to draw your weapon here than others.
Well, that's why we've got the barrel by the door, so that none of you fuckers can bring weapons in. Ain't that right, Garrett?
But I haven't got a weapon, Falco.
I
You're
wasn't
free to search me if you wish.
I wasn't saying you've got a weapon, I'm just saying that's why weapons are deposited in the barrel and on the rack by the door. Ain't that right, Garrett?
If I had something to put in there, I would. But you are correct in what you're saying.
Wait, does that mean, like, if they're leaving, do they get their weapons back? Do we get to keep them if they leave? Is there, like, a lost and found? Is it our win?
Well, it's, sure, yeah. I mean, it's not your win personally, but it's the tavern's win. It's my win, and the guys on the door's win. Yeah. Why? Do you need a weapon?
I mean, I could take some and sell it to pay some of our tab.
Hang on. So you're wanting to... Let me get this straight. You're wanting to take the weapons, right, that were left in the tavern, so the tavern took ownership. You're then going to sell those weapons to pay the tavern... Do you know what? This is well out of my wheelhouse, love. You know what? Put that question to Az. I want... Yeah, no.
Hey, Falco?
Yes, Falco, as he's beginning to make his way towards the exit, turns to Teresa.
Let me know if they found anything interesting on that body, hey?
Yeah. Am I looking for something in particular, or...?
You know what I like.
Oh, yeah. And somewhat flustered, Falco returns back to the door, and just as he's about to leave, he turns around, looks across the remaining punters, and I'd like to hope no one else has any issues. You all know the rules. Yeah? Good. And with that, Arco returns back to his position outside the door.
Cypher's going to scurry over to the boss man.
Okay.
Reza will follow.
At this, you see Asmund sat on this rather large chair. Way too big for him, but regardless. And the quill pen in his hand is punctured through the piece of parchment in front of him and is impaled in the table, and he's just there when you can see a single visible vein on his forehead. Just poking through. We'll just bring this in for now. It's easier. There we go.
All right. You know, I just wanted a quiet evening.
And do anything?
No, it's every fucker else that... Anyway.
And he looks over his shoulder towards Sai.
Back so soon? Did you manage to get all of the,
Cypher stands there in a power pose, hands on his hips. Grin, shit-eating grin. Yeah, I did. I got it. I got it. And then starts searching his pouches. He's like, shit. It's in... No. In here? No. Found it! I got it. Got it. And produces the stamp. Got it.
all right, that's what I'm talking about. Good. All right, hand it over.
He reluctantly hands it over because it's shiny. And he has to look away as he hands it over.
There we go, see? Do you know the shite that we're going to get into with this? Oh, mate. All right, well, look, here you go, in exchange.
Asmund reaches over to the side, picks up 4 or 5 silver coins, 5 to be exact, drops them in a pile in front and slides it over towards Sai.
There you go. See, 5 silver coins, all shiny and new. That's just what you want. Wasn't that hard now, was it?
No. Pretty good. Pretty easy. And he picks it up, turns around, and gives it to Garrett.
Garrett says nothing. Takes the coins, smiles at Cypher, and winks.
He doesn't know what the wink means, but he's like...
All right, well, in that case, that's that one done. Vanya. I'd like to, as much as it pains me to say it, you've actually done me proud recently as well. You know,
Really?
I know, I'm as surprised as you, love. Surprised as you.
I knew you'd come around one day.
Aye, if that's what you want to call it. Now look, in fact, since all of you are gathered, in fact, where's... Aye, there you are. Riza! Last job you did. Remember that we had to leave that mark thing that I asked you to, and aye?
He nods and winks towards Teresa.
She nods.
All right, good. Just help yourself to one of those gold coins off the top of that pile there.
She takes a coin, bites it, pockets it.
Great. Now, if you could do me a favor and hand me that coin back.
Narrows her eyes slightly, but hands it back.
And then takes 5 silver coins, puts them in her outstretched hand.
There you go. Let's just say that your lodgings and meals are now squared away.
Thinks about it for a minute. Nods.
Mm-hmm. Aye, that's what I thought.
Pockets the money.
All right. Well, look, since you're all gathered, pull up a pew around the other side. Let's have a chat. I've got a few things that I want to discuss.
Cypher pulls up a stool right next to him.
Reza's leaning against the desk on his side with her arms crossed, just staring at him. She's not moving.
As sorry, go on, Vanya.
Vanya's gonna pull the stool like right across from him so that she can make eye contact.
All right, awkward. All right, so I've got a little errand that I need you all to run for me, if you don't mind. Now, sadly, it's let me just say that communication's broken down with a certain group of friends. Aye, the friend. Let's put it that way. And they're expecting to meet me in about...
He looks over towards a small magical clock.
I would say in about 2 hours' time. Now, obviously, I don't want to be there. I don't want Falco being there either, because at the end of the day, if me and Falco are gone, this place turns to shite. So the only people I've got at hand at the minute that can deal with this is you lot. How do you fancy earning a bit more coin by being, you know, a little heavy-handed on a few troublemakers, some upstarts?
I think I can speak for all of us here and say we need coin.
Cypher hasn't a clue what he's talking about. He just sat there nodding.
Reza grins.
All right. So,
And with that, Asmund looks over the group and scratches his beard for a moment.
all right. This may or may not extend out into a bit more work, depending on... All right, well, look, you know what? Follow me upstairs for a second. This is a bit too open for us to be talking about this here.
And Asmund pockets all of the various coins that have been gathered on the table into his pouch. Stands up from the chair and motions for you all to follow.
Vanya gets up and follows.
Reza will go last.
You go last, you say?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Snaking your way up the spiral staircase onto the second floor of the Baron's Folly, you eventually make your way down the corridors before appearing at Asmund's room and takes a large bronze key out, unlocks the door, swings open the large heavy door. And as your eyes adjust, in fact, your eyes wouldn't adjust, you've all got dark vision.
Yep.
You peer into the room and notice there are no lanterns, there are no candles. Asmund, also being a dwarf and being used to seeing the dark, steps into the room, motions towards the table.
Do us a favour, Reza, just close that door behind you.
Just closes it quietly.
As soon as the door's closed, a latch just drops down. A loud click can be heard, and you all feel a slight shimmer of arcane magics as a field of anti-magic is cast over the room.
Oh shit. Does that affect my face?
Yep.
I immediately feel my face drop and try and cover it with my hood and my scarf. And
Asmund, taking no notice, just goes to sit on his chair with kicks his feet up.
All right, now we can talk a little bit better. Fancy little.
Sorry, I didn't mean to click that.
It's alright. In fact, I've got the wrong thing selected here anyway.
All right, well, that little artifact that you found for me the other week works like a fucking charm. Granted, certainly pissed off. Well, in fact, that sort of relates to the job that I've got. These guys have supposedly been peddling for a few of the higher ups. Some sort of I don't know what you call himself. Fucking what was it now? Lord Alistar or something like that. One of the basically one of the bitches of the court.
And the dwarf looks towards Teresa as he speaks.
She immediately perks up and is staring directly at him, paying more attention.
So, no evidence yet. Most of it's just hearsay, but this bastard's supposedly been financing a few of the gangs down in the Piker district, and they in turn have got a bit big for their boots and have started branching out down here into the lower streets. So, they wanted a meeting with me. Now, let's just say that through word of mouth, it's been passed that they want my noggin on a plate. So instead of me being there, I want ye all to be there in me stead, if you don't mind.
Does Reza know anything about Lord Alistair?
Roll me a history
from her own
check.
research? Okay.
Roll me a history check. 4. The name doesn't really ring a bell. The only thing you can possibly gather is that he is potentially, he may not even be one of the aristocracy. It's not a familiar name. The only thing that you could think of is either is a fake, or he is a noble from outside of Novostoya trying to potentially influence something. But yeah, he's not. It's not a name that you're familiar with.
So, that's the job. Need you to silence what could potentially be thorn in our side going forward, if you be catching me drift.
Happily.
Alright, good. Good. If you do well at this and don't make an absolute pig's foot of it, then there's a few other things that I might have you be doing. But again, that depends on how well you do at, making this problem disappear.
At the risk of sounding mercenary, Asmund, what's the pay for this endeavour?
What is the pay? Alright. How's about, if it all goes off without a hitch, 30 silver coins on the table for the taking.
For each of us?
No, hell no. For the lot of you.
Well, you know I had to try, Osman.
Hey, that's fair. That's fair. Aye,
And
30
if it
silver coins.
doesn't, if it doesn't go off without a hitch, and then can you be a little bit more specific on your expectations?
Aye, of course I can.
With
Of course I can. It's fine, Vanya. Don't worry about it. So basically, there's only two ways this is going to work. Either you do the job and you do it well, and that the group are silenced permanently. I'm not talking, like, oh, go away and shut your mouth. I'm talking, can speak, nay more. So that is the good outcome. That's where you get your 30 silver coins.
Oh, okay, okay.
Okay.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, aye. The bad outcome, where you don't get the silver coins, is that they fuck you over so bad that I can't recognize you anymore, and that you're dead. And then, good news for me, I don't have to pay, but also bad news is that I've then got a bigger problem on my hands.
Good point. I don't think that the latter is going to happen because
I hope not.
we are a well-oiled machine right here. Us.
Sure. Yeah. Well, so forgive me for not paying you up front, but I would rather, let you do this, come back and get the money, rather than me sort of paying you a little bit or some up front for you to fuck off and die. And then not only am I out of pocket, I'm also out of manpower as well. So it's nothing personal. It's just, it's good business.
Is there any additional information that you could kind of give us this way, so to help us prepare?
And I want to add on top of that, is this deal with paying us, not giving us half beforehand, is that a standard practice, or is this a deviation from how we usually do business?
Usually so to start with, no, this was how you used to, how it was done. As you gained a bit more trust, you were paid a little bit up front to cover expenses. But with this being, a rare request for you to basically murder someone, he's not willing to pay you because of the potential complications.
Okay, sorry.
No, it's all right. So what was your question again, Vanya?
Do you have
More
any additional information of just to kind of help us out on this?
I mean, all I know, in fact, here you go. This is the letter that I received. I'll read it out to you.
Reaching into his drawer, Asmund pulls out a scroll and begins to rattle off. And basically, it's to summarize, states: your actions and expansive growth has been noticed by those infinitely your superior, and as such, come to this place at this time, which is basically today's date, in 2 hours from now, to meet your fate, else be cursed, and watch your empire fall apart. Very theatrical in nature. Roll me a quick insight check, Vanya. You get the impression this was written by an actor, or a thespian, rather than someone with murderous intent.
Oh, this is very, very well written, kind of engaging, like they're a writer.
I mean, there's certainly writers, because
Asmund waves the piece of parchment towards Vanya.
They written it down. Aye.
Well, you know what I mean. Like they've
Oh, aye.
like
I get you
a
now.
beginning, a middle, and an end, and it just kind of flows.
Sure. So, basically, whatever this is, I need it ending and I need it stopping because regardless of whether this empire that is bullshit that they speak of occurs, it's bad business. I don't know what they've got on me. If you can find out before, you shut them up, I'd appreciate it. But at this moment in time, I don't know what they've got. I'll be honest with you, I don't know their numbers. You might be working, I mean, again, you're definitely working into a trap. I know that for certain, but I ain't got anyone else I could spare. That I'm willing to throw away at least.
Can I have the letter?
Sure.
Oh, thank you.
That's Cypher.
Cypher is still got his face covered, and he just looks at Garrett. Does this mean we got promoted?
We've been promoted to disposable.
I mean, disposable is better than just, inconsequential.
But
Yep, we're
also-
pulling ourselves up by our bootstraps.
Well, you know my work. You know that the odds of us succeeding are better than probably anybody else in the organization. So I think that deserves a little bit of confidence, don't you, Asman?
Well, that's kind of why I asked you. Again, if I wanted them stomping out completely, I'd send Falco, but I need Falco in other places, so, aye. You send the next best thing.
So, since we have 2 hours to get there, like, how far is it from where we are currently?
Wouldn't be too far. It'd only be probably a 15-20 minute stroll through the lower streets into some of the back alleys. So yeah, not far at all.
Oh, what do we think of heading out there early then? Get our choice of the terrain, see what we're working with.
Okay.
She looks to Garrett.
It's always good to get the lay of the land before we start.
Is there anything that we need to get beforehand? For any surprises or,
Hey, do you reckon?
resources? What if, the little one gets hungry?
Want to pack us a picnic basket, Asman?
Well, actually, you know what? That's not a bad idea. Do you need some? If you want some food, I can. Hey, you know what? Head down. Before you go, let Yulia know that food's on me. Grab whatever you need. Not too much. None of the expensive shite, mind you, but get yourself a decent meal before you fuck off.
Mystery pie, oh yeah.
Aye, you get yourself a mystery pie.
You fucker.
Cypher's actually chuffed about the thought of mystery pie.
Cypher, would you like to go and get our food basket?
Mm-hmm. He's still got his face covered, by the way. You can only sort of see his eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, can I go?
No, just don't. Any other before you fuck off? Any other questions? I don't want that latch lifting until everything's been. Shh.
How many?
No idea.
Kill them all.
Preferably. Aye.
A quick question:
Aye, go on.
Have you received more than just this letter? Have you received more letters?
Not so much letters, but let's just say that, look, a few of my informants have passed message on that this up-and-coming group's been causing a few issues with a few other gangs out in the, again, back in the Piker districts. But, God, I'm going to regret saying this. You know that waste of space you followed for, like, a week?
Oh, yeah, Roger. Yeah.
Yeah, aye. Well,
Yeah.
it turns out, actually, that his brother, Bodger, is part of this gang.
What was his name again?
Bodger.
When you've stretched the DM too far leading up to a new campaign.
The fuck it, they could be twins.
Bodger.
Yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was
Does he
thinking.
like mashed potato?
He loves mashed potatoes, mate.
Hey, Roger and Roger.
Is
Their
it
mother. My only guess is that their mother wasn't very inventive, to be honest with you.
You know, I just was kind of hoping maybe the entire family would follow Roger's lead, but you know, there's always one bad apple.
It's not so much that he's a bad apple, but sorry, go on, Teresa. What you going?
Besides
see your
our
mouth
word.
flapping.
Besides our word, any other proof needed that it's been completed?
No, because I don't have a clue what you're working into. All I know is that they want me to be at this place at this time because more than likely they're going to try and, knock me off in some sort of potential. It's under the guise of a business deal, my guess, but at the same time, if my empire is going to fall, then no, they're wanting blood. So
I think she's asking, should we bring some appendages back as proof?
I mean, if they've got any sort of, I'd much prefer things like papers, documents, or
Heads.
like ask. No, I don't. What am I going to do with a fucking head? Mount it on the mantelpiece above the Baron's Folly's fucking fireplace? No, I'll have the watch knocking down the door.
It could be a sign for others coming in to not mess with you.
Hey, don't come and spend your coin at the Baron's Folly. Otherwise, your head gets stuck above the... No, just ask him questions. Just get me some information if you can.
You can put a pretty hat on it.
No, I don't want... No. Look, I already overheard Falco fucking slit some guy's throat earlier. I'm going to have to file a report for that. I'm going to have to bribe some of the watchmen so that, again... Do you know who those guys were?
Falco's fault.
Sure, Falco, but do you know who those guys were?
Did we know who they were? Besides Vanya?
No.
Just some drunk arseholes.
Did Vanya know who they were?
Roll me an insight check.
Okay.
Codger, lodger, flodger,
Yeah. Yeah. Badger. Yeah. No. Not really. So no. They were, again, people you met in the street.
So none of us know who they were. So not only did Falco, butcher someone in the tavern, he then let them all flee. That's going to be coin out of my pocket for the watch, because God knows that's going to get back to the bastards, because they got fucking eyes everywhere. Everyone's a damn snitch. So aye. Problems.
Ooh. So what you're saying is that we should never let anyone flee.
No. No, but you know what? That's a question for another time.
Okay.
This instance, though, I would much rather you find out what they know, who they work for, than just, you know, turning it into a bloodbath. Now, granted,
Asmund takes out a map and quickly shows you the layout, and it is literally a dead end in one of the back streets of lower streets.
so it's not exactly a high traffic area. This sort of place is usually for meetings, to do business, illegitimate business, mind you, or to knock someone off. Now, my guess is obviously the latter. But I'd still much rather know what the fuck they be wanting rather than you just go in and start, you know, stabbing.
Can do. I don't believe in stabbing.
Don't worry,
No.
Garrett. We'll do it for you.
Alright. Then I guess we're good. Any questions? Any further questions?
No, I'm ready to go. I'm excited. I don't know
Cypher's
about
literally
you guys.
pressed up against the door at this point.
Reza's working her way towards the door. Like she wants to get out of this room because she is getting claustrophobic.
Yeah.
Alright, there you go. That's, let me know what, you know, what happens.
And with that,
Okay.
Asmund...
And
Yeah, go on.
okay, and he flicks the latch and Cypher's out halfway down the stairs.
As soon as you step out of the... Oh, well, again, as soon as the latch is lifted, this zone of anti-magic immediately breaks. And you can return to your disguised form.
So I've stopped halfway down the stairs and I'm kind of hunched over, kind of panting. I'm like, and I turn around. Who's behind me?
Reza, probably.
And
Yeah,
I look Reza in
probably
the
all
face,
behind
and I go, "Am I good? Am I okay?"
You are adorable as always.
He smiles and inadvertently makes direct eye contact with you and copies your eyes. Thank you.
All right.
I'm
You've
gonna-
got
I'm gonna
a
go- I'm gonna go get a meat pie. A
mystery meat pie.
Mystery meat pie.
Mystery meat pie.
That somehow sounds worse than a mystery pie.
It does.
It is.
Yeah, infinitely. Again, you know, we're in a land of eternal gloom and night. Livestock's pretty expensive, and yeah, the Baron's Folly is not exactly the most upmarket of establishments. Who knows?
You're telling me it hasn't got a Michelin star?
It's got a star in the pie. Who knows which creature it came from?
No, Roger. Not my Roger.
So, as you make your way to the bar, Julian raises his head and looks in the general direction that you're approaching from. Ah! Welcome back. You, everything alright?
Yeah, boss said he'd pay for food for us. To go pies. Pie? You got pies?
Hey, we got. What you want the specials? What to take with you?
You got some mystery meats. Warm mystery meats.
Yeah, they've got a few left. If you want them now, that's fine. You want to take? Yeah, all right. And sort of tapping or running his hand along the counter. Julian turns around and almost like walking at right angles, just navigates easily around the bar before opening the door into the kitchen. Several moments pass and eventually he walks out with a basket in hand. Francis has sorted you out with a few extras as well. In fact, that's not a bad shout, actually. Before we carry on, we'll call a quick pee break and refill o'clock.
Hi-oh.
So yeah, we will be right back. Good shout, Callie. Good shout, Jump. Won't be a second.
Oh, we take a break?
Yeah, everybody needed to pay.
Yes. Yes,
Yeah, you and Callie had bounced out. I thought, you know what, that's a good time for a beer out back.
Yeah, I can't hold it like I used to.
The new Be Right Back sign is so much better than the old one.
Yeah. Yeah, you can actually notice it.
Yeah, I'm genuinely chuffed with the overlay
How
now.
it turned out. Yeah.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah, it's a lot of well, a lot of time's gone into everything for this. Welcome back, Callie.
I go.
I am trying to watch myself to not dip back into Hazel because her character is like Hazel.
I mean, that's the thing, you know, sort of taking a step back from here a minute, you know, is we've all played certain characters for nearly 2 years. So, you know, trying to get into a different character's mindset is definitely
It's pretty fun.
it is fun. It's different. I mean, for me, you know, I'm lucky that I've stepped away from like Barker as an example. You know, so I'm not having to do Captain Barker anymore. But because you guys have played your sole characters for for nearly 2 years, it's I guess it takes a little bit of finding that rhythm.
Mm-hmm.
But very quickly, while we're currently sort of in this brief downtime, I just want to take a moment to say Diesel, thank you for that 46-month tier 3 resub, you mad bastard.
Well, money and sense, that boy.
Absolutely. Aurelian, thank you for your 16-month resub as well. I really appreciate it. And of course, Sneezer with the 43 months happy anniversary. Dude, RP, D&D. I'm getting to it now. Chill. I did say thank you, Sneeze. Thank you. So again, Sneezer, thank you for your 43 months resub. I really appreciate it. Happy anniversary. Lucius, with your 38. I appreciate that. Thank you, buddy. Jumplax with your 27. New stuff. Yay. Tareem snuck in with his, holy shit, 37 months. Jump, thank you for your tier 2, by the way. I've just noticed. God, blimey. We then smashed the hype train Under the Bridge came in with the 18-month resub. Thank you, buddy. And then again, IT Guy TV. I did say thank you earlier for the raid, but if you are still around, again, thank you. It is appreciated. Judgy, how are you, by the way? How are you? Ann Smith. Gotta say, I've been missing it all.
I like that somebody's first words are, curdled salty milk.
Yeah. Thank you. It's the Grim Hollow setting is fantastic. There's a lot more sort of horror elements to it, but I would imagine we will reach those later down the line. At the minute, we're just again session 1, getting to introducing everybody and getting them all used to their characters and setting this the scene. Shadow, you have alternating campaigns on Friday. Once you get into the rhythm of flipping between characters, it's really fun. Absolutely, yeah. I mean, again, we're all used to it. It's just that very first session where, because we don't do session zeros, we're pretty much straight in, deep end, go. And it's up to it's up to everyone else to figure out their character, and we learn about them on the day, which we are. So, with that, Julian exits the kitchen, basket in hand, and he sort of casts his 2 glass eyes over in the direction he last saw the party, or last noticed the party. And makes his way over. Alright, there you go. That's, yeah, a few pie. Francis had a few leftovers. There's a bit of bread in there. It might be a bit stale, but, it's, it is what it is.
Yeah, thank you.
For a moment, you just see this old, weathered face pop out from the kitchen. Yeah. Man said I brought you pie. That right, yeah? Yeah. Are you on more of that now?
Cypher just looks at him as if he's an alien with 2 heads. Has no idea what he's talking about.
Yeah, you on more of that now?
Uh-huh. Yeah.
Are you on? Alright. And it flashes a thumbs up and just storms back into the kitchen. A moment passes.
What did he say?
Vanya is just standing a little ways behind Cypher, just beaming, like just so proud of like the independence that he's exhibiting right now. Just
He's
oozing proudness at him.
That's literally all it is. Hungry and it was free.
A moment later, Francis emerges back from the kitchen with another basket. There's mum here. Just pushes it towards Cypher. Take it. It's on the old. Come on, all day now.
I got it. Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. Yeah. You want some cheese? Stares at Cypher.
I just want to say, do you have a
intently.
permit for that basket?
Yeah.
You want to see? A bit older, I might not last that long. I'll get you some. Give me his name and I'm just going to go in. So, Francis hunches shoulders, trundles back into the kitchen. And you hear what sounds to be a cleaver hitting something pretty hard.
Cleaver? I thought he was getting skins.
Francis, again, hacking away at something in the kitchen, and Yulian's just resting now against the bar. Looks over to where he last heard Cypher. yeah, you do realize that, you know, it's, he's going to give you all of the old stuff that we want to get rid of, yeah? Yeah.
Cypher doesn't understand. He's like, food's food, right?
Sure. Well, it's if, Alright, well, moving on. What's the boss tasked you with then? Anything that you can talk about, or is it a little bit hush-hush, you know, nudge-nudge, wink-wink? Anything I can help with?
I don't really understand. So I'm gonna just follow Garrett. We have to go somewhere.
Alright, where are you going?
It's the normal bullshit. It's just going to take us a bit of a walk to get there, so we've been granted a snack for the road.
Snack, is it? Alright. Thank you, Bridge. Hey, Nikki. At that, just as Julian's about to open his mouth, you just hear them. I'm going to eat unless there's not much left, man. Took some cane. And he walks up to Cypher. Francis hands over this wrapped, can only be described as a brick.
Sniff it.
Oh yeah, it's mature. Oh jeez, very old king.
Hold on, I'm gonna twist a fate to decide whether I like it or not.
Okay.
I hate it.
It's old cheese. It's been a Dutch family and cupboards and windows walking out along and then you know trying to get it up, but the problem with that is because it was just, you know, it's so solid. Like a brick. I
hand it off to one of the others, and I'm like, that's for you. I got for you. Eyes watering. I'm like, it's yours.
I totally cast comprehend languages, but I don't want to waste a spell slot.
That's a shame.
Well, thank you very much, Francis. We really must be going now.
Well, yeah, let me know and I'll get for you when you get back, hey?
We certainly will do.
Yeah.
Cheerio.
On. You let me a bit. Oh, just show me get out your way out, because otherwise you don't have nothing. You want anything more over there, and then you lose all your food. So, yeah. And with that, he just sort of wipes his nose with his sleeve and heads back into the kitchen. Well, if nothing else, I know what he was saying, so, you know, there is that.
I mean, that makes one of us.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, you've got Rudy as the cook in the Black Mark, so I thought, fuck it, you can understand Rudy. Let's bring Francis in. You were the cook for. You're absolutely good lad, Shadow. Oh, god damn it! Bear with me. Don't click that. I keep forgetting I've set the wrong. Oh well, you can have a look at that later. It's balked for now. Teething problems. Alright, so. Anything further you wish to do? Before you depart?
No, I got my meat pies.
And your cheese, that's basically a green breeze block at the moment.
I'll
That's
stick
fair.
with my stale bread and meat pie.
Okay. Emerging into the... In fact, you know what? Let's... I don't think I've shown the map of the city yet.
I don't think you have.
I don't think I have. No. Alright, so, just for... for chat's benefit. This here be the city of Nov Astoria, an absolute sprawling Gothic metropolis.
You're missing a bit.
I am still missing quite a considerable amount. Oh yeah, we've got the northern. There we go.
Dock district, yeah.
The dock district up there. So, in regards to the span of the campaign, as you can see, this place is huge. At the moment, we are focused in this part, known as the lower streets, and the party being in this building here, which is the Baron's Folly, the main tavern that they've been operating from. So you've got, again, by now, probably about an hour and 45 minutes before the meeting. Is there anything you want to do in the meantime, any preparation, or do you just want to go there early, wait? What's the plan?
I can go there early and wait, right?
Mm-hmm. Scout it, make sure nobody else is watching the area. Let Cypher eat, because Vanya's worried about him getting hungry.
Question.
Answers. Go ahead.
Ooh. Sorry.
Sorry?
Disguise self. So
Yes.
could I make myself look like Osmond? But I mean, I know I can't like shrink myself down or change my body type. Like I'd just be a taller version of him.
I could.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, if we only had a changeling.
If only we had a change and like I'd look exactly and sound exactly like Osmond.
Okay, well let's not go with the knockoff Vanya version.
Part of me, I mean, don't get me wrong, part of me is like happy that immediately that's where your mind went. I'm like, yeah, great, fucking love it. Also, the other part of me is quite sad because I would love to see Jump try and pull off Asmund's voice.
You make a very compelling argument there.
No, I'm kind of glad that Lucius's character can do it because that would have
Son
been
of
a
a bitch.
train wreck.
Do we all have disguise self? 'Cause I have it too.
No. I believe Garrett does. But
Well,
Garrett's got stupid high stealth.
Yeah, I mean, I'll just stealth.
Stand in the middle of the street and be invisible.
Okay, so how do you want to approach this then? So yeah, you know, when you say scout, all right, what exactly? You know, I can say roll me a survival check and we can do that, or if you want to give me something a bit more. Your call.
well, do we know the area where we're going? Like, have we all been to this area before? Where the
You've lived in lower streets for at least 6 months, so you're definitely familiar with the lower streets. So yes, you would know the area, which
Yeah,
is
we
basically
probably walked past it, right?
yeah. It's the area itself is at the back of a residential. Like a residential area, multiple story houses, like apartments, but ramshackle, very much run down. And it's basically like a sort of an alley in between several of these residential buildings. So while you may not have been into this exact point, it's definitely somewhere you've walked by many a time.
Well, since we're there early, do we want to send, like, what's our thoughts on like sending Garrett to kind of like scope it out stealthily and then come back and tell us like how many people that he counts and.
well, are you saying that in character or out of character?
That was out of character for you
Okay.
guys, but I can do it in character if you need me to.
Well, I was going to say Reza has some thoughts.
Yeah. You know, I'll always, give you better benefits for doing it in character than out of character.
Okay. So before we get to the area, Vanya's gonna say, "Okay, guys, we got this." She's just gonna kind of talk them up, be like, we just got to come up with a plan, and it's gonna be the best plan. All right. So what are your thoughts on the plan?
Well, I was thinking that Garrett can be practically invisible, and I would like to have a higher vantage point for this conversation. Anyway, so I was thinking about going through the residential district, and I would climb up on the roof, see what I could see, and then perhaps Garrett could do a sneaky thing from there, and we could take up positions.
What do I gotta do? What are we doing?
What are you guys' thoughts on Cypher playing Osmond when the time comes?
I think that's going to be up to Cypher. So basically, what we're oh, go ahead.
I don't get it. What?
What we've been asked to do is there
Well-
going to be some bad people
Oh,
that want to kill Osmond,
oh.
but we're going to kill them instead and get paid for it.
Right. You gotta be literal with Cypher, otherwise he doesn't get it. Okay.
Yep, she knows. So, what Vanya is suggesting is you make yourself look and sound exactly like Osmond, so they think he's shown up to the meeting
Okay.
and don't suspect that we're actually there to kill them all.
Oh, okay. I look at Garrett. Yeah? What? Oh,
Yeah. We'll
Yeah.
do it like that. I will be with you.
okay.
If anyone comes near you, I'll do my thing.
And he looks around. Very not inconspicuous looking around to see if anybody's watching.
Streets of Novostoya, especially in the lower streets, are always busy. There are still a lot of people in the main causeway.
Is there any dark alleyways on the way there that I've noticed? Like, particularly dark?
I mean, the actual alley, as the actual alley that you're planning to enter is definitely
It's very dark.
very dark. Apart from a single lantern that illuminates. In fact, what I'll do is let me bring you into this.
How about,
So you go.
I was gonna say, like, we could find like an area that looks like oh, hold on, Cypher.
What?
Come here.
Huh?
Right. Well, we're kind of by this little area. I can just kind of puff some smoke up, and you can step in it and do your thing.
Okay. And he clicks his fingers and the lamp goes out. He uses prestidigitation to turn the lamp off.
I don't think the smoke is necessary. It might draw attention.
That's a good point. I just thought maybe, people would be like, oh, somebody's cooking barbecue or something, meat.
Does it smell like barbecue?
I could make it smell like barbecue.
Okay. And then you hear a sickening crack, like bone breaking, as I start to contort and change shape. Get a little bit wider, a little bit shorter. As I slowly turn into Asmund. Hi, how do I look now, eh?
That's pretty good. You've even got the mole.
course I do. Why wouldn't I have a mole? I got a mole. Look, mole.
Oh, you got several moles.
Stop looking at me.
Oops.
Are we at the spot where it's going to take
Yeah,
place
yeah.
right
So
now, or is this
this is the spot it would take place. So this could have happened before you got here. So
And is the lower portion of the map, is this like an entrance? Like there's like two entrances into this alleyway?
the lower part's more like a doorway into one of the residential areas, into one of the complexes.
Okay, so
this
we'd
is
expect
this
them
is
to
a
be...
one way. Yes, they would
We'd
be
know
coming
they'd be
from...
have to enter. Okay.
Correct, yeah.
So I would suggest that Cypher and Garrett, you stand in front of the cart and out, not undercover. Vanya, I would strongly suggest that you do find cover of some kind, and don't do anything loud or sparkly until the violence starts.
Is that shrubbery behind her?
It is.
Okay, she's gonna go over into this corner and crouch down behind the shrubbery.
It's a
Stop saying
shrubbery.
shrubbery.
Shrubbery!
Is it how I say it? Because Blackbird makes fun of me on how I say shrimp all the time because it's shh. Sorry.
Stop it. Is that Reza perched on the roof or something?
Yeah, so there's kind of like a balcony just above that overlooks the alley. So I would say
Alright.
for now you're sort of behind the railings on this balcony just above.
Okay. Cool.
All right. Any further?
Just remember, while we're here, we also need information.
What we need to know?
Who these people are, what they have, what they want with Asmon.
What they want.
Who they're working for.
What they working for. Okay. Aye, alright, and let's get on with it.
Okay. I'm gonna get in between the barrels and the cart and stealth.
Okay. Roll me a quick stealth check.
First stealth check. Let's go.
Let's go.
26.
So, as you motion behind the cart, it's not so much that you become invisible, it's more that people overlook you. As if there's some force at play that whenever they glance at you and then look away, they just seem to forget that you're there. So that would also go for the rest of the party as well. If they look at you and then looked away, they would almost forget that you were there. So yeah, it's not invisibility, but it's almost like a trick of the mind. When you glance away, you forget he's there and take little notice of him.
So Reza's gonna pull her hood up too, hiding her white blonde hair under a dark hood.
And Vanya's gonna cast inspiration, bardic inspiration on Cypher and say,
All right.
"You're gonna do so great. You've got this. This is what you were made for." And just really talking him up.
Cypher doesn't know what he was made for, so he's like, "Really? Okay, cool."
And lastly, I'm gonna cast Sonic Whisper.
Okay.
So basically, I can communicate telepathically with my entire party.
Yep.
So whilst I'm stealthed and they can't see me, I can still talk to them in their mind.
Mm.
Ooh, this is good. I think I can
Yeah.
see where you're going with this.
Seconds turn to minutes. Minutes turn to an hour. And eventually you begin to hear the sound of heavy footsteps. You've all pretty much got heightened senses, so you can hear the sound of shields slung over shoulders, of chainmail rustling. And round the corner appears two gentlemen in a mix of chainmail, splint armor, along with a few ruffians. One of the men in the armor steps up, looks out to the group, and beneath the helmet, you see him look towards Asmund. Well, you came alone, did you? That's
Well,
rare.
that's what the message said, wasn't it? I'm a man of my word.
Aye. Aye. Now don't get me twisted, Asmund. Man of your word you may be. Surely you knew this was a trap. Surely you're not that fucking stupid.
You know, maybe once I just wanted to believe, you know? Thought this could be a business venture, you know? Me and you and who you work for, who is...
Oh, you know who I work for. Taban.
Taban, right. Of course, Taban. Ah. What's he after this time? Land grab? Business grab?
He? The men begin to look at each other. And you see a woman behind the large brute just lean in and whisper. You don't have a fucking clue what I'm talking about, do you? He doesn't fucking know. He? Alright. That makes this a lot easier. A lot easier. And with that, the brute unslings the axe from his back, hefts it in both hands, tests its weight and nods assuredly to himself. Alright, well look, as this is the thing, right? No hard feelings, mate, it's just business, but Taban's wanting to take over your little patch. And, well, you and Mac, well, you're in the way, aren't you?
Well, yeah, I guess so, aye.
So, again, mate, It's nothing personal.
Yeah.
It's just business.
Just business.
And with that, the thug, or the brute, should I say, steps forward and just begins to pull his axe back.
Riza's gonna fire.
Yeah?
Oh yeah, she's gonna fire.
All right, go for it. I'll give you your first shot as a round of surprise.
So, Dread Ambusher, which I need to remember, is the thing that I have.
There we go. Yes, it is.
Alright, so first for my bonus action... Actually, can I do a full turn, or should I just shoot him?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yep. Yep. I will give you your full actions.
I'm gonna slap some Hunter's Mark on him.
Okay. So you're
And
sort
then
of just
she's gonna...
watching him as he approached. You know, as he got there, you've been eyeing him this whole time. Okay.
Absolutely, and now she's gonna fire.
So as this brutish thug, raises his axe.
Oh no!
10. It's not enough. I'll let you narrate this fumble. What happens?
She misjudged the step forward, so the arrow kind of plinks off the shield on his back, and you just hear a low swear from up on the roof.
With this axe held high, the thug just stops as the clinking of an arrow skitters across the ground, across the cobbles. Sort of looks over his shoulder towards his group. Looks towards what he believes to be Asmund. Fair play.
Just visits me.
I'll let you all roll it. Oh, sorry, go on, Garrett.
I telepathically think to Cypher, tell him you've got many men stationed above, and if they want to die, to keep coming. If not, to run away.
Yeah, that's just one of many I've got. You think I was stupid enough to come here on my own?
And Vanya hears that from Cypher and casts Minor Illusion
Okay.
to create the sounds around them that they're surrounded.
All right. So
Like
you begin to-
rumblings up above.
Yeah, like the sound of like bowstrings being pulled.
Mm-hmm.
All right, okay. So you managed to shoot off the multiple cantrips of minor illusion around from windows up on the roof. Just bowstrings being pulled back. Cypher, roll me a intimidation check with advantage.
Intimidation with advantage. 21.
21. For a moment, the thug pauses, lowers his axe and looks around over his shoulder towards his companions. Oh yeah? Is that so?
Yeah.
He swallows.
Doesn't have to go down this way. Drop your weapons. You come with me. We can talk out a different deal. Change sides, as it were.
All right. I'm a bit of a gambler. So, I'll wager this. 'Cause I'm not going to lie, if I go back empty-handed, there's a good chance I'm a dead man anyway. So, you can match what I'm being paid. Yeah, by all means, I'll at least give you what I know.
I don't have a coin on me. You'll have to come to the bar, won't you? I'm not going to carry that amount of cash on me, am I?
I mean, you fucking Asmund Mason. Coin master of the Baron's fucking folly.
I'm not a fucking mug, though, am I?
15 gold coins is well within your wheelhouse, mate. We both know that.
Yeah.
You won't be
it is.
seen with that coin in your pocket.
Unless I was coming into a trap in a fucking dusky, shitty alleyway.
Does Garrett's telepathic link, does it work back and forth, or does he need to trigger it to us?
You to me. You can speak telepathically. You to me.
Okay. So
And you
she's
can
gonna
anyway, Vanya.
Yes. Okay. Well, I just didn't know, since he had already
Hmm.
put that on there. I didn't know how his was working or not. Okay. So Vanya's gonna telepathically, because she's still hiding in the shrubbery,
Yeah.
and and is gonna say, Garrett, if we can get him, I can cast zone of truth on him, make him tell the truth.
Yeah, I understand. We just need to get him first.
Okay, I was just letting you know.
See
At
you,
this,
eh?
the man's been intently staring at Cypher this whole time. He lowers his axe. His shoulders also relax as he slowly turns around to the group and with a hand motioning towards them in a, questioning manner. He quickly glances over his gathered followers. You notice one of them just, what appears to be a man of elven descent, just offers a slow single nod towards, a solemn nod towards the brute. Yeah, you alright? Alright. I've said I'm a gambler. So let's fucking gamble. Roll initiative.
Okay. Before that, can I talk to Garrett while he was talking to him?
Yep.
And I go, they all have to die, right?
If they come with us peacefully, we can leave one alive. But if they attack, we'll kill them all.
So, Teresa, as you hear these words ring out from the man at the bottom, say, I'm a gambler, so let's fucking gamble. You see him quickly grab his axe in both hands at the lower part of the shaft as he begins to swing it round, aiming towards Asmund's throat, or head at least. So he's currently in the mid-swing. What do you do? Over to you.
Did she see the look back to the elven person?
Roll me a perception check.
Okay.
Say 10 or more, and you probably would. Because at the minute you're kind of concentrating on this guy who's close to.
Curse.
No, so yeah,
Thanks.
Yeah, you kind of be staring at, you know, at the main guy who's close to Cypher.
Gonna try and shoot him again.
Okay. So he's currently brings his axe mid-swing. 17 will hit.
Nice.
And
For
away we
11.
go. 11. Alright. He catches an arrow into his shoulder as he's swinging round, which immediately stops the potentially critical hit into Cypher's head in its tracks. Any further actions?
Nope.
Alright.
Hunter's mark.
It's already up. Oh, I
Yeah.
have to add my. Yep. Head start. Yep.
An extra point of damage?
Extra 1 point of damage. Yep.
Alright.
Big one.
The female thug at the back leaps into action. Seeing the arrow come down from on high, she jumps forward, short sword at the ready, and swings out towards what she believes to be Asmund. Again, you know, cut the head off the snake.
As a reaction, cast Cloak and Shadow.
Alright. This is... What's it do?
She attacks at disadvantage.
Okay. .12. So she lashes out with the short sword.
It still hits.
Oh! And as this wave of darkness immediately balloons up, she was already just zeroed in with the point of the short sword and jabs it forward. 6 points of damage.
Oof.
Oof. Yeah. Going straight through the darkness, she feels resistance and then just stabs it further still. Cypher, over to you.
Cypher's bleeding, so he starts tearing up. And he goes, "You! Get her!" And he points at the guy with the big axe. And he casts Crown of Madness. And his shadow
shit.
reaches out, touches his shadow, and his shadow goes up, and a crown appears on his head. A shadowy crown.
Yeah. And so, the large thug with this arrow stuck in him just turns towards his companion. And it's not so much that he himself is doing this voluntarily. It looks like his shadow itself is doing the maneuver, and his body, like a puppet, is being dragged and stretched along for the ride. The woman's eyes go wide as she sees this axe coming towards her. So yeah, he just attacks, I guess.
On his turn, he has to.
On his turn.
to attack somebody.
Okay.
So, and with that, she's now distracted with her friend, and
Alright.
disappear into my shadow.
Do you drop the form of Asmund, or do you still continue it?
Yes, as I come out the shadow, I'm Cypher now.
Okay. In that case then, bear with me. I will put you back to who you should be. There we go. So, is that you done?
My turn. Yeah.
So yeah, as you quickly disappear, almost sink into your own shadow and just reappear elsewhere. The thug's just too busy worrying about her companion, who's now just beginning to turn his axe towards her. Garrett, over to you.
Okay. From the shadows, Garrett's just seen Cypher get stabbed. And gets angry, gets real mad. And he just explodes out the shadows. Leaps forward. And sticks a sonic blade straight into this.
Due to the fact that she's disturbed by the fact that her companion is about to shank her, and B, you were out of sight, I'll give you advantage on that attack roll.
Nice. So I can use my sneak attack. 19.
That'll certainly do it. Oops, wrong button. So move that a little bit. Just there we go. Sorry about that. Just quickly jig in with my layout a little bit. All right. So, as you leap out from behind the cart, your innate nature causing you to be completely ignored, and with her attention being elsewhere, you just puncture straight into her. So, that would be fucking hell. Yep. It's a critical wound, and one that, if left untreated, would certainly be fatal, but it's not enough to bring her low immediately.
Okay. And swinging in with his second hand, another sonic blade appears.
Which also hits.
For another 8.
That's enough to bring her low. What happens?
Okay. With a look of just pure shock as this tall, whip-thin half-elf appears before him with glowing pink sonic daggers in his hand, just tears her up the middle and leaves her entrails just spilling out in front of him. And as he wheels round, he uses a cunning action to disengage.
And get to
Move back in
fuck.
front of Cypher.
Fair.
And that's my turn.
Well, I think that deserves.
Got red on.
You got red on you. Alright, so I'll leave that for there for now. They're dead then. With the thug almost cut in half, she drops to the ground. Blood begins to stain the cobbles below. And immediately, again, no one can really make sense of what's happening in these few seconds, so the other thugs are also in the process of just charging forward. That was 20. As this other thug moves in to swing, he just notices Asmund fall back into his own shadow, and a quick flick of an image of a man in front of his companion before also disappearing. So he just continues running as he swings out his sword, finds nothing but thin air, and just continues running for a few steps before. Oh, well, what happened? Where are they? and he peers over, and in the foliage in front of him sees Garrett, and then the head of Vanya just poking out from under a leaf. Quickly scrambles for his belt, pulls out a dagger and just throws it. He's going to throw it at Vanya. This dagger. Fucking hell. It's not a bad roll. Holy shit. Goes spinning towards Vanya in the bush. For 3 damage. It manages to just graze against your cheek before impacting on the stonework behind and clattering away. The other armoured form moves up to his companion and with his shield just not so much slams him with it, but just, you know, gives him a friendly nudge like, oh, hey, you alright? What are you doing? Come on, snap out of it, mate. They're right there. And he's just, for the moment, going to be cautious and bring his shield up in a dodge action. The other thug will move in to assist his friend and ready an attack, just in case if anyone gets close. Vanya, over to you.
Vanya is going to pop up because she's angry because somebody threw something at her. And she's like, well, that's not very nice of you to do that. And so she's gonna try to send her arcane butterflies that way.
Okay.
That's what it sounds like.
Yeah.
It's very shrill. Very shrill.
This the guy who threw the knife, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. No. So he's trying to cut through the air. As he comes to a stop, he just sees this swarm of purple and multicoloured arcane butterflies just immediately shoot towards him and begin to rend through his arm, through his clothing, into his cheek, his chest. And with that, he's also drained. So, he minus 1d4 from any rolls he takes going on his next turn. Okay.
And she's just gonna, before her turn ends, she's just gonna, since Cypher's right beside her, just be like, you did really good. You did great. Because she can see him just kind of like, you know, tears in his eyes, sniffling a little bit because he got hurt.
Right, the brute who was charmed. What does he do?
He attacks the first enemy close enough to him. So if end with the shield.
Yeah. So as his friend's currently, you know, knocks him with the shield, like, come on, mate, what you doing? What you doing? The larger man, with his shadow, begins. The shadow itself raises the axe up and swings towards his friend. And like a puppet, the man's body is forced to carry out the same action. Begrudgingly, you see this axe just shaking in midair as he brings it down. Oh no! Through sheer willpower alone, the axe begins to carve through, and then at the last minute, for a moment, the man gets his resolve. Managing to slow the axe, it just clinks harmlessly against the man's chest. His friend like, what in the No, them over there, you mad twat, not me! Get them! Oh, mate, I'm sorry. Teresa, over to you.
Right. So for my bonus action, she's gonna drop Hunter's Mark,
Okay.
and then turning her attention to the other guy with the shield. My bonus action, I'm gonna do Hail of Thorns.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And they're all within 5 feet
Yeah.
of each other, so they're all in range.
Yeah.
So it's a DC 10 dex save.
Right, so next time you hit a creature with a ranged weapon attack before the spell ends.
Okay, so I have to hit it first.
Yep. So basically,
Okay.
you enchant the arrow that you're shooting.
Okay, so then she's going to hopefully hit this fucker in the center with the shield too.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think you're good.
So
Ah.
let me do damage to him first.
Yeah. Hey, Sickle Cell, how you doing?
16 damage to him.
Yep.
And then the Hail of Thorns damage. Is
Yep.
that also critical now?
Yep.
16 damage.
Well,
Alright, so let me apply the damage to the main dude first. Alright, not enough to kill him. With it being a crit, I'm not even going to bother rolling saves for the other guys. They don't see it coming.
And they moved right where she wanted them.
Alright, fair enough. Yeah. I'll let you hover over and see where they are, and I'll let you narrate what happens.
So as this like charged arrow hits the guy with the shield, like deep into like the chest, going in from a side angle, probably has a punctured lung at this point.
Mm-hmm.
This like rain of thorns comes down around everyone else, knocking the two behind him unconscious, and they fall to the ground, just like just slump. And then his other friend with the shield is just barely hanging in there, managing to stay standing up. Done.
Good roll. Good roll. Oh, what are the chances of a crit on that? Alright. So, as the two unarmored thugs are just peppered with these thorns, they go into shock. And immediately, through the various lacerations from these shards, just drop to the ground, incapacitated. I may change unconscious to just incapacitated going forward.
Does that mean 0 hit points though?
Oh yeah, unconscious 0 hit
Okay.
points. So yeah, incapacitated will also be 0 hit points, but not potentially dead unless you state they are dead. Yeah, well done on Max. That's it. Fury's pretty much boom, 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 boom. You would get 4 for that because you hit all 4 of them.
But I already had 1, so I can only get
Never
3
mind.
more.
Never mind, I'll take that back then. All right. So yeah, with that, the two thugs are just immediately knocked out of the fight. One of them knocked unconscious. The other one just howling in pain at the various wounds inflicted on him. Cypher, over to you.
Cypher's just gonna move beside Garrett and be like, I'm okay. Look, I'm okay. And he puts his hand on the floor and picks up his shadow, turns over his hand, and it turns into orbs of shadow, and boom, barrages the fuck out of the guy with the shield.
Oh. So the
So
man.
that's 3, is it?
It is 3 damage. I don't know why this is attack roll and that shouldn't be.
Yeah, I don't know.
I'll sort it later. So, as this man's currently cradling the hole in his side where this arrow punctured through and then exploded on the other side, he's hit in the back by these various bolts of shadowy energy, causing him to stumble forward as his armor is ablated away and torn apart. And eventually a crimson mist just blasts out the back as Cypher's shadow magics tear into him. That last roll, mate. Ugh.
Hey. I mean, I got 2 full damage and then a 1. So it evens it out, doesn't it?
Any further actions?
No.
All right. Garrett, over to you.
Okay. Garrett's going to jump forward onto the back of the car,
Cart? Yep.
forcing the back down and lifting the.
Oh, no!
Oh,
No! No!
Fuck yes! Fuck yes!
Which is going to go in between the guy's legs and fire him forwards into the other fella.
Oh, no. I mean, he's pretty wounded. He'll not see it coming. I'll let you roll. Roll a twist of fate for psychic damage. Alright, so cause him 1 point of damage, so it doesn't kill him. But he's knocked forward into his companion, knocking him back, and both of them fall to the floor. You hear this man just like, just clutching at his groin, and the other guy's like, what the fuck? Get off me, you stupid twat! Oh god, I ache.
So,
So that's your movement.
well, some of my movement. The rest of my movement, I get up behind them.
Okay.
And I'm going to put one. I'm going to attack this guy lying on the floor,
Yep.
aiming a dagger at the back of his head.
Okay.
Do I get advantages as he's on the floor?
Yeah, they're both down on the ground.
Wow. Yeah. Well, in that case, as I've got advantage, that's a whenever I find where the button is. I have one of those.
Oh my fucking god.
Okay, well this guy's Fushimi.
Mental high five, Lee.
Yeah.
Okay, he's dead.
Yeah. All right. Just quickly roll me a acrobatics check.
Yeah.
All right. The only thing I want out of this, in spite of all that, is some cool. You know, you slip in on the entrails of the woman you murdered earlier. So I want you to work that into how this ends.
Okay.
You don't have to fall over, but go on.
Okay. As I run forward, I hit a pudge of blood that I didn't notice on the cobbles and slip. And as I'm falling, I manifest the psionic knife and just land with my fist at the base of his skull and force the knife in the base of his skull. I was like, oh. Well, that worked.
What more can I say?
Do I still get my offhand, or have I?
Yes,
lost
you do.
that?
Yeah. No. You're not lost. No, you've got a crit. So yeah, you still get your offhand. He's still prone actually.
Oh,
Click the wrong
I'll
one.
attack the other guy then. That's on the floor.
Okay.
Is he still on the floor as well?
Yeah. They're both on the floor.
Oh, it was actually the one that.
Oh, reversed. I mean, it's still the same.
Yeah.
Yeah. So yeah, no. So that one. Sorry, my bad. That one's dead as fuck. And the guy, he had 1 HP left in the dream. There we go.
19.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, as the knife to the back of the skull worked for the first guy, I'm going to do the same thing to the other guy.
Yeah. And again, go for it. What happens?
This time, without falling, at a more measured pace, I just force the knife to where the spine and the skull join and just cut the spinal column.
And with that, the second body slumps to the ground of these two armored brutes. And for a moment, apart from the ragged breathing of some of your companions, silence now descends over the alley, with the exception of the few cries and loud voices of people on the main street.
Gonna do a quick search of the bodies and then get out of Dodge as quickly as possible.
Okay.
Yeah, Reza's going to vampiric mist down and help searching the bodies.
As you begin-
Vanya will.
Oops, hang on. Go for it.
She'll
No.
she'll do the same to help search, but is gonna be like, did we get all the information from them that we needed?
I suspect that the information we really want might be on their bodies, but we know who they work for. Probably a woman named Taban.
So, as you begin to quickly look over the bodies, turn them over, checking pockets, with the exception of, I would say around about 16 or 17 silver coins, and, I mean, do you want to take the coppers as well?
Fuck yeah.
What are
Fuck
dead people going to do with money?
That's
It's
true.
poor as fuck.
You are. All of you roll me a d10. That's not a bad
You're
haul.
better than me.
Yeah. 28, 32. 32 copper coins. So you quickly rummage through, pull in various coin pouches from the downed thugs, stuffing them into your own pockets, along with the 15 silver coins. You don't find any paper. The only thing that you do notice is that on the lead thug's left arm is several scars. Not so much as a symbol or a rune, but there is a noticeable pattern to the scars on his left forearm. So almost like 3 vertical lines and then a horizontal just after it.
And there's no,
No parchment.
gang tattoos or, heraldry or, noticeable clothing, aren't patches or anything?
I mean, nothing that would really stand out. I mean, obviously, a lot of them, with them being gangers within the lower streets, Parker District, etc., are
Hired.
tattooed. But yeah, there is, apart from these oddly, almost perfectly spaced horizontal and vertical lines of his scars on his left forearm, nothing else seems to really signify any specific gang.
Do we recognize the scarring pattern?
You wouldn't know. All you would notice is that it was done by a blade. Very precise cuts that have healed very recently. But apart from that, no, they just look like, very well placed cuts. I mean, I don't know. What are you thinking?
Vanya is gonna suggest to Reza. Reza, oh, this might sound morbid. This is way out of. But I mean, don't we need to take that back?
You want to skin the arm and bring the tattoo, the scar pattern? Yes, I was thinking the same thing actually.
Okay, I just thought.
By the way, Cypher, good job. You definitely got us some information we did not have before.
Cypher's not really listening. He's kind of packing where he got stabbed with a cloth, and he's like, I'm okay. I'm okay.
Vanya's gonna go over there and put a colorful band-aid over some of his scratches.
Like a strip of cloth.
Like a
Yeah, just
band-aid on a
colorful.
stab wound?
Yeah, that's stab. Yeah.
She's tried her best.
Roll me a medicine check.
She
You
jammed
take-
her finger in it.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So you take out this multicolored strip of cloth from your pouch and actually do a pretty decent job of it, to be honest with you. In fact, go on. What do you do?
She's ever so gently, like she's cleaned the wound, with like her prestidigitation and just like, but it's just being ever so gently and just telling him it's gonna be okay. It's gonna be, as she's just slowly wrapping it around him. It's like, does that hurt? Do you want me to go slower?
No.
Okay. And she's just mending him up and just talking to him very softly.
Are they all dead?
Oh, they're all dead as fuck.
Okay.
Well, in fact, no. Sorry, tell a lie. The one of the one was knocked unconscious. The other one bled out.
She's gone. Actually.
Yeah. I'll say the elven chap, or the elven heritage thug.
Is that the one I'm
is-
standing in front of?
Yes. Yeah. He's
So-
unconscious.
Rose is gonna pick him up by his collar and slap his face a little bit, see if she can get him to wake up.
He doesn't wake up. His head lolls to one side slightly as the shock from the hail of thorns just knocked him out cold. If left untreated, he will succumb to his wounds.
Reza looks at him thoughtfully. The job was to kill everybody, and I would hate to let you suffer. Slits his throat.
He can't do anything. In his unconscious state, the blade easily cuts through the flesh, and with a small fountain of crimson red, the last vestiges of his life just ebb into the dirty cobblestones of Nova Stoya.
And then she cuts off his right ear.
Oh, savage. Love it.
Hey, Sophie, you good?
I'm okay.
Good.
That's all you got to get out of him. He's sulking.
Okay, we need to be away from here before the authorities come.
Agreed. Take a windy path back to. Fuck, what's the name of the tavern?
Baron's Folly.
The Folly?
The Baron's Folly.
Yeah, I know. She just called it the Folly.
Okay, that's fair.
Okay.
And so with
He's
that,
not talking it. He's like,
Oh, Cypher, do you want me to carry you?
he thinks about it. He's like, no, I'm okay. He's trying to be a big boy.
so with that, you all begin to make your way back into the streets of Novostoya, mingling with the various crowds that are now. Again, who knows what what is day? The streets are always busy due to the fact that it's perpetually night in Soma. Breaking from the small dead end and emerging into the crowds, you begin to wind and weave your way back towards the Baron's Folly to let Asmund know of the fate of this little adventure. And I think that is probably a good place to call it. Pick it up
Yeah, that was good. That was
next
fun.
time. Welcome in, Pariahs. Welcome in. Thoughts?
More.
Please, sir, may I have some
May
more?
I have some more? Oh, maybe we shall have to wait and see. All right. So yeah, again, a pretty grim world, grim setting, but one I'm very much looking forward to for us all to get stuck in with. And again, with new characters, it's I'm looking forward to seeing what you all accomplish. I like how, like, during setup and pre-planning, you know, Garrett's always like, oh, crit fail, crit fail, crit fail, and then as soon as we get into an actual game, it's like, oh, crit success, crit success.
And the
Also,
crit fail.
I mean, yeah, but still, that Hail of Thorns, though, what the fuck?
I don't think I've ever had 2 attack crits in one game.
That is true. Yeah.
Not that I attack that much.
Mm.
As Hallie, but yeah.
So yeah, we'll see. This is, again, you know, still weeks prior to the warehouse, and I'm looking forward to we'll certainly be revisiting that scene in the near future, the aftermath of the gentleman bursting in with the flamethrower.
We're level 4 now, though, right?
Hell no.
Guys, you didn't get drunk enough.
This is a different ball game now. Oh, like Mark's all, you know, high seas adventures, piratical escapades, and romance. No. This is.
Do I get the grizzled warrior feat because I got a scar now?
You work for your fucking feats level ups. All right. Well, I dare say that's probably place to call it. I'll throw up the ending video one last time, or the beginning video for the end because it's just cool and I like it. But yeah, on that, say bye, chat.
Goodbye.
Bye,
chat.
chat.
Bye.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, as always, for tuning in for session 1 of Pariahs. I hope it was, an entertaining look into a dark world. Again, while the world is dark, the characters are certainly not. I'm looking forward to seeing where this all goes. But what we will do is we'll bring that down. I will throw you over to the Pariahs video, and while we're doing that, I'll look for someone to raid. So again, everyone, thank you very much for the support. Thank you for all the resubs. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the raids. And we will see you all next Sunday for Adventure of the Black Mark. And then the Sunday after, it'll be Pariahs, and we'll just be, switching between them. So on that, take care. Enjoy whatever remains of your weekend. And I will see you all very soon. Ta-ta for now. Bye.